The tragedy. don't want to do real ASMR. Hopefully everyone can hear me okay. I'm one step closer to a real strummer situation here with my setup. Maybe I will increase my voice a little bit since it should be on ultra low latency. And so far it says we got an excellent connection. So we're all going to cross our fingers and hope that the internet is, you know, doing what it's supposed to be doing tonight. I just realized that my water bottle is not full, so I'm going to go and fill my water bottle. Okay, I'm more or less back. Yeah, so let's see who's here in stream today. We have John Manoli. John was in just now, but he's probably left. Hello to John. Hello to Epic. Epic got a job. He finally entered his career. So congratulations to Epic on that win. But we know that we'll probably lose him at some point because he's got to be responsible because he has a long day ahead of him. We have Ruzi. We now know to be a small king librarian. Who else? Well, we got our mod. Our mod is here today somehow. It's amazing. It's a miracle. Christmas miracle. Yella! Hey! How's it going, Yella? We got Yella in the chat. Ben! Ah! Nice to see that you're in, Ben. Can't wait for you to distract me with some kind of tangent. Rainy Window ASMR. Yeah, this is Night City pure cyberpunk ambient for Cyberpunk 2077 Blade Runner music vibes. So, this is the kind of day it is today for us, where I live. We have a bit of rain. We have a lot of gray. So that means we gotta pull out saxophone. And, yeah, we gotta listen to some fake Vangelis music. Shay is in the house. Hello, Shay. We're going to be watching some more World of Warcraft cinematics. We got further, Shay, and I'll probably do a quick rundown, a quick kind of like review so far of where we're at in this 6-hour video. We're about 45 minutes in. We'll do a little chunk at each time, so I'm not overwhelmed. You're not overwhelmed. Yeah. Shay tried to watch. Yeah, that stream. Shay, the best part of that stream is at the very end. Like, listen to the last 2 to 3 minutes. It's hilarious. Yes, Ruzi is here with his tweed jacket and his stern looks. Yeah, exactly. He's going to tell everyone to be quiet in the library. Ooh. One of my besties is in chat. African transplant. Hey, girl. I just said girl. Oh, that's disgusting and weird for me to say that. But yes. Hello. Hungyo. I hope you're doing well. We are going to go late, so if people gotta leave, it is what it is, right? But we're just gonna sit and chat, and we're gonna talk about a few little things, and then we'll get into the WoW cinematic. I finished up the newest legal mindset vid while waiting. I'm doing well. Also, you made me snort my coffee. My goals have been achieved. Got an achievement for that. So African transplant and I, so it's really hilarious. Okay, so when I left to go to China, I was maidenless. I was friendless. I had some people who I would chat with and hang out with, but nobody really clicked. And when I went to China, I really felt like, okay, I'm going to a new country. Maybe I will meet some people, Chinese people, expats. And before I left China, I know this sounds derpy for some people who might not be people of faith in chat, I know. But I prayed to God, and I asked God for a friend to come along. And a year later, African transplant showed up. And around the same time that I was asking for a friend, she was feeling it in her heart to go and work over there as well. So it was kind of really interesting. And she ended up living in the apartment across from my apartment. And I was avoiding her like the plague forever because I thought she was too cool for me. Like, she was in the middle of the crowds. Everyone loved to chat with her. And I was doing better mentally as a person, but I wasn't, I had really bad, like, it's almost like I disliked myself or something. It was really stupid and really bad. So, yeah, so, well, there you go, Epic. Yeah. So, like, if people IRL know that I struggle with making eye contact, it's just another thing that I struggle with. But being in the elevator with my friend, I'm gonna call her Emmy Chan. Being in the elevator with Emmy Chan, it was like, I didn't know how to talk to her. I didn't know how to. I was just like, So we were both working at the same school. So we were both teachers, and I pulled out my keychain ring. And at that point in time, I was full anime. I was full, like, into anime. So my keychain had about 25 anime things on it, you know. And basically I pulled it out, and she grabbed the keychain, and she's like, "Is that Ichigo? Is that, Kakashi from Naruto?" And I was so, yeah. I was so surprised that she knew some of these things, and suddenly it was like I just stared at her, and I was like, "Wait a minute. We can talk about something." I was so, I don't know, like I didn't think, I'm not saying that expats weren't accepting or anything. It's just like, I don't expect people to like what I like. If I say I like Final Fantasy 14, I like Lord of the Rings, I like Naruto, I don't expect people to like it or understand why I like it. So Emmy-chan was one of the first people who kind of, cracked the shell, so to speak. And then a few days later, I was watching Visual K, which is a kind of like Japanese goth rock. And I was watching a concert on DVD, and she waltzes into my bedroom and was like, "What are you watching?" And I'm literally like lunging toward the TV to like pause it and just kind of casually stand in front of it, because I don't want to explain why I'm watching really cute boys wearing gothic outfits, looking like girls. Like, it's too hard to explain to people. So I just stopped trying to explain it to people, because I was like, screw it, never mind, whatever. And Emmy-chan was like, "No, I want to find out. Like, let me see. So Emmy-chan was so open-minded about, like, trying out things, and I tried out things because of her. So it was so recently, that's whose house I went to. I went to Emmy-chan's place. We see each other like once every year or once every 2 years now. And when we went through the border, the American security guards were crazy. They were like, "Where did you two meet?" We were like, China." "Oh, what were you doing in China?" "Teaching." It was like, "I see. So you have friends in different countries." "Yes." I have friends in Brazil. I have friends from chat now, right? I have a friend now from New Zealand. I have a friend from, we have someone in chat from, I believe, from South Africa. We got some South Africans. We have someone from Israel. We have someone from New Zealand. We have people from Eastern Europe. And it was just like, it's suddenly a crime to be friends. Oh, how did you get to be friends? It was insane. Yeah, thank goodness you didn't say Russia. Well, I mean, China is pretty much almost as scary as Russia these days, right? Yeah, Epic. I'm the complete spy. Absolutely. The Canadian spy. More like Mr. Bean. So anyway, Emmy-chan ended up getting married and having kids. I did not. But me getting married and having children was a long shot. Ben says, "Chieko, I don't know how to people." Oh, Ben, I've gotten better. But even to, like, back in 2017, I was at a burrito shop working, and someone who was there supporting their drunk friend. So he was the driver. He was sober, more or less. He noticed, he was talking with me, and he was like, I notice you're not making eye contact. And I was like, yeah, this is very personal to talk about while I'm making your burrito, but okay. And he was like, you need to, feel, respect yourself and know that you're worth and you have value and stuff. And I was like, okay. But I'm now not really gonna. So I do struggle sometimes with making eye contact, and I actually have like a little timer in my head that goes off, and it tells me, okay, it's time to make eye contact with them, because you don't want to make too much eye contact with people because then it looks weird, but you don't want to make no eye contact with people because then it looks weird. So now I have this little timer in my head that kind of goes off, and it reminds me, oh, I gotta make eye contact. But when I'm with my sister or my bestie, I don't worry about that. I feel completely safe to not have to think about all of those things. So we have some people I know in our community who also struggle with being socially awkward, or having struggles with fitting in or being socially comfortable or doing the right social thing. And trust me when I say that I've actually been there, and I've had to train myself to adapt, sort of. So, yeah. So, Yella, yes, we have something in common. You and I, and probably a bunch of other people other than Party, MHM, Ben, who are all socially savvy people who are going to be the glue that holds this community together. The rest of us, we're gonna be struggling probably. But it's good, right? We can. Oh, wait a minute, Ruzi is also very erudite and socially charismatic. Foreign entanglements. Entanglements. Yeah, this is a TISM safe space, Ruzi. Once again, I never got properly diagnosed. It just wasn't as big of a thing when I was a kid, and I was homeschooled. So all of that meant my parents kind of just, they didn't really over focus on it. But I do think that I am a bit awkward, and I've had to work on making myself less awkward. And I do think it's possible, especially if you're very high functioning. I know that the word Asperger's is not, like, people don't encourage you to use that word, but if you're more toward that kind of realm of things where you're not autistic, but you're kind of on that high functioning spectrum side, I think you can definitely pass as being largely coherent and air quote normal. I feel like you're overthinking this, Ben. Overthinking is my fatal flaw. When I read Hamlet, I was like, oh my gosh, this is a morality lesson to myself. So I try not to overthink it these days, but I do have to think about some things. Otherwise, people will notice that I'm not doing the thing. Shay said, OMG, I used to have a guy point that out all the time in the student lounge in college? Okay. So in my case, it was like Friday night at 1 a.m. People were drunk. So the guy talking to me about making eye contact felt weird and awkward, but like it was it was ship in the night kind of thing. Having someone saying that all the time would drive me nuts. I would probably go crazy. Oh, Mirokos is in here. And Tessa. Hello, Tessa. Hello, Mirokos. We're going to be watching some WoW cinematics. We're going to be potentially watching other things or talking about other things, but I just want to start out with a little chat. Uh, Miroka says, I also am very socially awkward and not good at people interactions. Yeah. Yeah, Miroka's, join the club. We have a small club in here. Okay, so Ruzi understands actually where I'm coming from. Yeah, Ruzi, I think I'm very high functioning. I think I pass, and I've had to work on it a lot. And I also believe that I was blessed with having 9 siblings. So part of that meant that I could just blend in the crowd and I didn't have to feel stressed about performing all the time. But at the same time, because I had those siblings, I had to learn how to communicate and how to navigate the world. I wasn't bubble wrapped and I wasn't treated like I was super special. But does that mean I still have to remind myself? Like, I still have to think to myself, okay, this is a person who I'm not super close with. So every now and then I'm going to have to make eye contact with them. And I have to remind myself. And that's just the way it is. Yeah, once again, Sim, I'm not a doctor. I'm not a physician. But I can definitely say that I'm pretty sure I've had to work with something, but I figured out some hacks. Yeah. So Emmy Chan is noting that technically within the psychological world, Emmy is a teacher, by the way. Even within the educational spheres, they often will say that if you have something very high functioning, you like in the old days they would refer to it as Asperger's. Now, and it would just be just the way that's how they separated it. But once again, I couldn't even get diagnosis, and like I said, I'm doing fine now, so it's kind of just a thing. But when people tell me, oh, I struggle with making connections or making eye contact or talking normally or not word vomiting when someone says a trigger word that excites me and I want to share all my knowledge. Yes, I understand that. I've had to learn. And Party, who is my little sister, and my friends like Emmy Chan were all very helpful. Some people with just a little autism are non-functional, and some people with a lot are functional anyway. Well, yeah, there's probably a whole host of experiences underneath that umbrella. She is continuing her story with this bro. I used to go for a walk to get away, and half the time he'd follow me. He'd come back and hang out and be more people-y. What? He was probably like low-key subconsciously crushing on you, Shay. Probably. That's wildin'. Yalla says, oh yeah, overthinking, I can totally relate to. Like thinking for everyone else in the room. Yalla, this is one of my issues. This happens a lot with people I know very well. I can usually guess what's going to come out of their mouth. There are very few people in my life who I know well who surprise me at this point. They can still do it, but it's just rare. And I'm always pleasantly surprised for the most part. But usually, I can use logic. I can use like a host of little factors to help me guess at where this person stands, so then I can relate to them better. It's kind of like a hack to relating. It requires a lot of brain power, and as a result, I can get worn out really quickly. Ruzi has a friend and co-worker whose autism is clearly much worse than me. Issues like harsh touch sensitivity, much more pain on a daily basis than me. But she's high functioning anyway. Yeah, I think sometimes professionals have boxes that they put people in, but that doesn't mean that the people are going to experience or navigate those boxes the same way from one person to another person. I think it's not just nature, there's probably a ton of nurture. Epic. Bizarrely enough, okay, so this is what Epic said. I had to train myself to be comfortable in social situations. For me, the biggest help was realizing that I don't matter to other people. They won't remember me, and I found strength in that. So Epic, this is actually one way to mentally process it, right? To help you calm down and stop stressing. And my father told me that advice when I was around 15 or 16. But the problem is he was telling that to someone who was suffering body dysphoria or like some kind of gender thing. So it helped me to relax most of the time in big situations, but it long term kind of fed into this idea that my interests and the things that I liked weren't going to be interesting to people, and so then I wouldn't try with people. I wouldn't give them a chance. I would just make very shallow assessments of people, and I would observe them. Don't get me wrong. I wasn't just like offhand like judging a book by its cover, but I would assess them to the best of my abilities, and then I would make assumptions about whether I had anything worthwhile saying to them, and then that resulted in sometimes me essentially cock blocking myself, which was not good, right? So if you're in a healthy frame of mind about yourself and your identity, I think this is a good way to ground yourself and realize that sometimes fear is rooted in an overweening sense of self. But at the same point in time, if you are simultaneously struggling with something that is extremely self-destructive, or not destructive, but putting yourself down all the time, I think that can feed into it in a negative way. So it's a double-edged sword there. Tessa said, I had to train myself to become... I struggle socially, but I always assumed it was from bullying trauma in school. Oh, holy moly. I prefer books anyway. Oh. I'm sorry to hear that, Tessa. Yeah, you know, bullying is gross. I hate bullies. When I meet a bully, my instinct is to instantly start fighting. Especially if they say something untrue, I will go crazy. I do have a fight instinct that is heavily tempered by rationality, but yeah, Emmy. Agreed. JK. Oh, I do this. It's exhausting. You can really connect fast with people. Emmy's sending me love. Yeah, Emmy and I got on really well. One of the things I liked about Emmy Chan was that she is very honest for the most part with people who she recognizes are seeking it. Now, Emmy can play a very good social game. Like, she can put on a face, but generally speaking, with her friends, Emmy is very straightforward talking, she'll disagree with me, and I feel safe knowing she's going to disagree with me openly. Probably my worst dread is people hiding things from me, because then I can't help them, or I can't change myself. I prefer people to be very blunt with me, even though it makes me sometimes sad or uncomfortable. I prefer people being more blunt and being honest, not being cruel, but being honest. Does anyone remember Doctor Who's motto? Neither cruel nor cowardly. I think it's a beautiful little motto, because it's talking about not being cruel is basically love, and not being cowardly means being upfront and being honest, being truthful and fighting for the right thing. And I feel like that's it's a really beautiful idea for a lot of humans, I think, is to be loving, right? But also truthful and honest. So for me, anyway, yeah, that's one thing. Speaking truth with love, as they say in the Bible. JK says, honestly, I think it was a defense mechanism because my humor is fairly edgy. So being able to guess what someone will think about what I say is important for at least keeping pace with the person. Yeah, JK. Yeah, absolutely. Right? Yeah. I still struggle with anxiety and being socially awkward, but you know what helped me? The pandemic. I wasn't scared at all, for whatever reason, and being shied away from by 15 feet tripped a switch. Wow, that's great, Shay. I had some extroverted friends who mentally closed down during the pandemic. I had one particular friend who I'll refer to as Mi-chan, who's also near and dear to my heart. I hung out with her yesterday. And our city went insane, went complete nut bar. At one point, the mayor told people they couldn't leave their houses to go for a walk on the street. It was not a good situation in Canada at one point. Some cities had more reasonable people saying things to the population, but some cities had wild-in people saying weird stuff to the people. And so my friend felt trapped in her own house, and she was very pro-social, so she was afraid to go out and harm people or like be frowned at. She's very socially sensitive. So I said, get in your car, drive down here, and stay at my place for like 2 hours once a week. I don't care. You don't care. We're not spreading anything. It's going to be fine. So we actually did meet once a week, just the two of us, and she would hang out for 2 to 4 hours, and it helped her a bit. And I was very glad to help her because I was not scared during the pandemic. I was totally fine. But even toward the end, I needed to get out and see people. Yeah. Emmy-chan, so Emmy-chan is African transplant, okay? And Emmy barged into my room while I was watching D, which is a visual kei gothic novel. Goth rock, Japanese goth rock group. And Emmy was not at all judgy. What book are you reading? I'm finishing The Silmarillion and halfway through Butcher's Crossing. Ooh, Leo, hello. I read The Silmarillion when I was a teen, and then I think I read it again in my early 20s. It's a very fascinating set of lore, for sure. Some very beautiful stories in there. Probably one of my favorite stories, I'm not sure if it's in Silmarillion or Book of Lost Tales, was Tirin Turambar. So yeah. Right now, I'm currently trying to get through Hero of the Imperium, a Caiaphas Cain omnibus by Sandy Mitchell. This is a Warhammer 40k novel set of novels and slight short stories. It features Caiaphas Cain, who is a self-serving, cowardly, but hilariously human individual, and I really like him a lot. I also have. I'm trying to look at my list here. I am. Where is my? Where are my books actually? I think they're on another shelf over here. I've like. My room is in a weird shape, but anyway. So I'm trying to finish Man and His Symbols by Carl Jung. I'm trying to finish Sword of Shannara, which is another fantasy. And what else am I working on? I think I'm rereading Keys to the Kingdom right now as well. Is there anything wrong with Doctor Who, with that Doctor Who line being stated in the negative? No. It's a motto, Sim. So neither cruel nor cowardly is actually very poetic. It's more poetry. It's not about stating fact. It's a poetic motto. Our governor told us we couldn't garden? LOL. Like, you're outside, right? Couldn't get the supplies anyway? That's insane. Oh no, my brother is in chat. One of my brothers is in the chat. Anakin Solo, why do you have that name, bro? Oh, bro. Okay, so Anakin Solo is one of my brothers. He's my third youngest brother. I just picked up the Silmarillion at the library purge sale. Don't get me started. I need to read it. I read The Hobbit and The Lord of the Rings in 4th grade. Don't know why it's taken me so long to get to it, other than I apparently needed to save this copy. Holy moly! So wait a minute. Can you tell us, perchance, what else was thrown on the kindling of the purge sale? That shit was so evil. Being outside is good for you. Ruzi, I am slightly allergic to going outside. The sun does not agree with me. The wind does not agree with me. The ground does not agree. I don't go outside. I'm like a pale worm. Actually, speaking of pale worm, I'm gonna over here. I'm going to go here. Look at that! I remembered on my own. Look at me go. All I'm going to say is, Wooly, is that many of the characters are developed over a long term in Malazan. I think for me, the character that annoyed me the most in Malazan was the female mage. And I hate saying that kind of thing because, yeah. Oh, is Anakin the 4th youngest? Oh, I suppose so. What? 4th youngest. 4th youngest brother? 1, 2, 3. No, he's boy number 3. Are you going from the bottom or the top? Our family is too complicated. Okay, so let's see what Shay saved from the pyre. She picked up a bunch of Orson Scott Card. Way to go, Shay. Golden Compass books. Oh my lord, they took out the Golden Compass books? Why? That's insanity. A couple cherry titles, which I'm trying to collect before reading. I cannot believe that. Vintage Peter Rabbit books. Why are they... Ruzi, tell us why this would be happening in Shay's library. Anyway. Emmy Chan is reading Hyperion. Isn't Hyperion a, what's it called? Neil Stevenson? Hyperion. Oh no, it's Dan Simmons. Okay. Is it good, Emmy? Yeah, so Wooly, I read the first 4 Malazan books in like maybe a month, and that got me down. But things get really. If you like book 1, there's a chance you might really, really like the rest. Book 1, in my opinion, is more artistically written, and book 2 and onward is more straightforwardly written, but cool things happen in them. There was this one person in the Malazan series, Malazan, let's say Gardens of the Moon, characters. Let's go here. Tattersail. Oh my lord. I wanted to like her. Okay, so this is a chick who is a bit pudgy. She's a bit overweight. She's intended to be fairly curvy woman, and in my opinion, what happens to this character is so annoying. He's the 3rd eldest boy, 4th youngest boy. Party, what kind of logic? Thoughts on Tom Bombadil being in Rings of Power? Is he? Are you spoiling me, bro? Thoughts on Tom Bombadil being in Rings of Power? Okay, here's my hot take. Having Tom Bombadil in the Silmarillion would, like, in a story dealing with the Silmarillion lore, would be fascinating because we know Tom has been around a long time. My problem is, what are they going to do to him? Because Tom is not intended at all to be a modern day character. Like, Tom, the way Tom talks, the way Tom acts, there's no, like like, I'm not saying Tom Bombadil doesn't have straight up lines where he's, like, talking normally, but the whole point of Tom is so mythological. Ruzi says, librarians love throwing out books. I don't know what to tell you. I guess it's because of limited space, and then if the higher-ups think that some stuff is overread, it needs to go, I guess. Eurocos is recommending Foreigner series of novels. Hyperion is Dan Simmons. It's a work of genius. It's up there with Dune as a high watermark of the genre. Really, Ruzi? Ooh. That's exciting. They don't like to keep anything older than 10 years anymore, and they purge anytime a new title comes in. So let's say they get a few hundred books for the year newly published. That many have to go. That makes me sad, actually. Does everyone know that moment in Lord of the Rings, passing of the elves? Yeah, right here. This is probably gonna copyright me to heckin', but who cares, right? Not like I'm monetizing these.
No knowing where you might be swept off to.
This thing right here. Oh man, that meat looks so good. Let's give this a like.
Sam. Wood elves. They're going to the harbour beyond the White Towers. To the Grey Havens. They're leaving Middle-earth, never to return. I don't know why. It makes me sad.
Okay, so this is Shay, this is me, this is chat. And these are the books that are leaving the library. Wooly says, Tattersail feels like the author's waifu. Probably is, okay? And there's nothing wrong with having, a waifu. It's just what happens to the waifu. I wanted more for Tattersail, I guess. Anyway, so this is the books. This is the books. These are the books. This whole thing reminds me of how I feel when books are going out. Granted, I've only read book 1. Yeah, Wooly, book 2 and book 3, and so far, I think I've finished book 4, are phenomenal. Okay, like they're very well written. You might not like the direction that they go in, but maybe you will. But the second one in particular, I thought was amazingly brutal and fantastic. And number 3 was also. But because when I read, I'm there and I'm experiencing everything. How can I say this? I got very depressed. Like after reading Wuthering Heights and Man in the Iron Mask by Dumas, I was I had to process things a lot for a while. Reading affects me, so I have to be careful about what I read. They're going to make Tom gay and lame. What? No, that can't be it. No. Say that's a joke, right? You're joking, right, Leo? Tom is older than the trees. Yeah, so if they introduce Tom at this stage and they're like, oh, he's been here all the time, I'm fine with that. But how do they do it? He's supposed to be meeting with the Gandalf stand-in. Bombadil was in a relationship with them. It's called railing in the old wood. Luckily, the library in the town on the other side of us is the exact opposite, not a current book in the place. Oh, that's nice. That's good, Shay, I suppose. The show doesn't have the rights to the Silmarillion, only Hobbit, Lord of the Rings, and the Appendices. Maybe they bought more. And remember, Tom Bombadil is in the Appendices, so maybe that's why they can sneak him in there. But if they snuck Tom Bombadil into what is going to be a story set in the early stages of Middle-earth, there's nothing wrong with that. It's just how would you do it and why? Oh, that would. I mean, we could sit here and talk about all the terrible ways that Tom Bombadil would be done, but the worst thing beyond making him gay or whatever would be. And don't get me wrong, I'm totally open to having characters who are gay in the show. I'm not, against that. Tom is very special. He is, setting aside the question of his sexuality and his relationship with Goldberry, Tom represents a force of something that a lot of people still kind of talk about today. And to put that into a visual medium, it can go so wrong so quickly if they don't do it the right way, even with the best intentions. Yeah, real talk, it's mostly limited space. Let's be real here. Also, to remember, everyone, did everyone see my Rings of Power video? I know it's an hour long, but essentially my takeaway is that we could put a tinfoil hat on, okay? We could put a tinfoil hat on. We could say, essentially, there is a societal trend to remove our ability to individuate, okay? There's a trend in society from certain powers that be that want to transform society in a major kind of way, and they don't want us to integrate our shadow or our psyche. They don't want us to individuate. They don't want us to mature. They don't want us to help ourselves. So they're removing our connection to deeper cosmic truths and ideas, okay, that are directly oppositional to the state. Okay, so if the state wants you to believe that all that you have in life, all that is meaningful, is what you own, the state can therefore determine your emotions based off of your physical and your financial situation. But if there's truth to be had out there that is metaphysical in nature, then that will be in direct opposition to a completely materialist viewpoint and world. And when you have metaphysical stuff at play, then that goes into religious territory where there could be religious wars and things, but it's also a territory where you can make your own myths, you can make your own meaning, and that meaning can be apart from what you own. I know that this is very arguable. People may disagree with how I'm voicing this. But basically, if we think about what Ruzi is saying, right? Libraries have limited space. And a library wants to have people coming in. So some of us might look at Rings of Power, might look at the publishing industry and say there's a malignant, malicious trend going on that's attempting to sever people from the unconscious, while at the same time providing a panacea or placebo through current forms of media. Okay? That's like tinfoil hat. Like, I think I can prove it. It's a theory, right? But the easiest answer, and I think what the reality is that most people at the end of the day don't want to struggle with having to figure out difficult material. And this is where I think libraries have to shift in order to keep that flow coming in. They have to shift to what people want to read right now, instead of helping people learn to appreciate what was written a long time ago. And, you know, and people do want to read new things, right? People don't always want to reread the old stuff. So what are you going to do? You're going to have circulation. You're going to have many things that you got to take that into account. And so I think a lot of people don't realize that, like, how many people maybe are outvoting them in terms of what is. Yeah. So you might say, okay, the Silmarillion is very important for Western society. All libraries should have a Silmarillion on the shelf. But what if nobody literally cares about that anymore? And that's just the... Yeah. Party is still trying to explain... away our family situation. But can't you just take all of the books? Yeah. Well, and here's the sad thing, Sim. If libraries could somehow donate books to other libraries and not throw the books away, that would be fantastic. There was a situation in Toronto, I believe, where a school was going through the library and jettisoning certain things, and they had to be called out for skewing the library in a certain direction. It was really interesting. I liked Malazan's usage of proper nouns in every other sentence. Yeah. Here's the thing, Wooly. Malazan's first book is a toughie. The second book, I think, smooths out. But once again, yeah. Emmy says, that clip makes me want to go and watch all the extended editions, which are the only editions. You are correct. There are no other editions. We are not even going to say them. They don't exist. Do you think Bombadil is a Valar? Because the One Ring doesn't affect him, but it affects any being below a Valar. It's very strange. Yeah. There are some people who argue he's Valar, and there's some people who argue he's actually beyond Valar. He is like a primeval force. His boots aren't yellow. They're brown, though. Oh, no. Are there photos? Oh, gosh. Oh, no. Tom Bombadil. Here we go. Rings of Power. This is my brother's fault, chat. You can't... Oh, no. Okay. Oh, what... I don't want to click on any of these people. Can we just go to... Okay, you know what? We'll look. Oh, okay. Well, he's white, so there. We got that. This one's on us. Okay, thank you, Vanity. Okay. I'm sorry, chat. I'm still just trying to process. Oh. Okay, where do I start? Okay, so. Okay, this. Okay, alright, let's go with the good. I kind of like his beard and his wild hair. I feel like that's very Bombadil-esque. I like the fact that he looks more or less white. Okay. I would have liked his eyes to be a bit bluer, but this could be the lighting. I like his shirt underneath. I feel like this looks very homespun and ordinary. I don't like his hat, and I don't like his overcoat. I don't like this overcoat. And I don't like the robe. I actually wanted him to have, I know this sounds crazy, but I wanted him to have a short tunic with more poofy pants underneath. Yeah, so this is Tom Bombadil at home. This is Tom Bombadil from Wish. Okay, how is chat coping with this? Tell me, chat. Okay, let's go. I'm going to start a poll. Okay, here is the question. What is the best way to describe this Tom? I'm gonna do great. Okay, I guess. No. Okay. Let's see what chat is thinking here. Let's see what chat is thinking. Okay, I'm going to go back up. So, to answer Leo's, I actually don't lean toward Tom being Valar. I lean to him being more of a primeval force. But if it turned out that he was in fact Valar, I would be totally fine with it. His boots aren't yellow, they're brown. They're kind of yellowish, but they're very tan looking. Ho Tom Bombadil, by water, wood, and hill, by the reed and willow, by fire, sun, and moon, hearken now and hear us. Come, Tom Bombadil, for our need is near us. It's okay. I'll be the full spectrum istophobe you don't want to be. Okay, Willie's got us covered. I mean, the library isn't an archive, right? Those purposes have split. The archive cares about preservation and the library cares about access. Yeah. Ruzi, I think libraries represent people's tastes, don't they? And we all, this is where, once again, my hot take, my black pill take is we're in an era where people are burned out, okay? That's number one. Number two, people don't have the education and mental muscles anymore to be able to sit down and just enjoy a really tough book because they don't have time, they don't have mental energy, or they don't have the muscles. I'm not saying that they're stupid. I'm not saying that they couldn't do it. What I mean to say is if you aren't educated at a certain level to begin with as a child, you're not going to feel confident all the time to tackle something that's really hard to read, right? Let's all be real here. So it's just the way it is. And libraries are going to reflect those changes. They're also going to reflect changes in taste, right? What people liked 10 years ago is going to be different from what people liked 20 years ago, and so on and so on. So I understand libraries are going to have to change. Don't worry, Bruzy, we still love you. You are our favorite librarian. Yeah, Sim. Once again, I won't quibble about how metaphysical is, but the idea is that these ideas that are separate from the physical realm and are not verifiable through science, are not provable through science, right? Science has not figured out consciousness at all. So once again, there's an attempt to sever us to a certain degree from making meta-narratives for ourselves. Because if we make meta-narratives for ourselves, those meta-narratives may not fit meta-narratives that the state want us to believe. Yeah, Ruzi, exactly. I think a library should be more or less democratic, and we just gotta roll with the times to a certain degree. Oh, Shay, that's actually fantastic. So Shay noted that her library has ebook copies. That's great. Not so great for people who might struggle to have a phone or something, but pretty great. I just checked and my library does have the Silmarillion. Wow, look at this Ruzi's library saving the world. We need a Silmarillion for the modern Zoomer. I agree with your Rings of Crap assessment. Emmy's cheering me on from the sidelines. Yeah, I was a little worried. I put a tinfoil hat on and I went down that rabbit hole. Is it completely verifiable? I mean, like I said, I think all signs point to something going on, but I know some people probably think I'm super crazy, and I can live with that. I know I'm crazy, but I'm like hopefully smart crazy, right? We also make it available as an ebook and audiobook. That's great. See, audiobooks I think are fantastic for people who are more they learn through hearing people talk. And I also think that audiobooks are great for people who are working and can do two things at once and want to relax. Let's say they're knitting and they want to listen to a book. So it's great. And I feel like our mom, so Party's my mom, and Anakin, if he's still in here, I feel like they were, like my mom was listening to some audiobooks because at one point she had cataracts and O Canada medical care system. Anyway, I'm not going down that. We have to channel our power to support Chieko in her time of trauma. Yeah, I'm traumatized a bit by this Bombadil. Not my Bombadil. It's Hagrid. It's Hagrid Light. Oh no. Oh no, Yella. I don't know Lord of the Rings that well. I think I only watched the movies. Oh, Sim. The books are worth reading, at least once. maybe the try-hard dialogue they're going to make Tom's actor say, it's going to be beyond cringe. Yeah, so let's go back to Tom Bombadil here. I like how his clothing looks more worn. Do you remember in my assessment of Rings of Power, I felt like the costumes don't look lived in. So this looks a bit more lived in. I still think the costume looks cheap. And I would have liked it if they had cut it off here. Okay, let's see. I know that some Tom Bombadil art. Yes. Okay, so I don't know if anyone knows the Hildebrand. So, oh my gosh. Actually, did they try to base it off of Hildebrand? Chat. I think they're using Hildebrand. The Hildebrand brothers. I wanted something a bit more like this, where you could see the pants a bit more. I wanted more pants. Do you think, chat, okay, I'm getting a feeling here, okay? Does anyone here feel like maybe the writers literally just Googled, like the designers just Googled it, and then they took like the top 20 images on Google? Emily's asking, why did you look? I had to look. He just looks like a tall dwarf guy with a wizard hat. Oh, Ben, you're right. Oh no, dwarf guy. Can't remember his name. Don't care enough to find out. Gimli? In season 1. Oh, Durin. I don't care what Amazon does with that Lord of the Rings IP. Just I don't care what New Blizzard does with Wild Bookies. Unworthy barbarians squatting in the ruins of Rome. That's actually a very beautiful metaphor. Really depressing AF. Very lovely metaphor. It's Durin party. We get to meet Durin. Was the female person in the room Goldberry? No, I don't think so. This female person is actually the Gandalf person. He has long hair and there is a beard. I actually like the Gandalf. I liked the Gandalf Stranger guy in terms of like acting and how he looked. I thought he looked very run down. But I just feel like Tom's tunic robe is too long. I want it cut short. In this season's mystery box, Bombadil finds his yellow boots. Yeah, he's going to get yellow boots at some point. How purposeful it is, I don't know, but there is something happening, says Ruzi. Yeah, I don't know. Ebonheart. If Tom is lore accurate, he'll be the most out of tune and wild character on TV. So there's no way Amazon pulls him off correctly. Yeah, Ebonheart, welcome to the stream. Here's my gut feeling on this. He's going to just become a bloke. You know what I mean? And that's sad because the whole point of Tom Bombadil is that he is completely other. He's like just pops in and then pops out. And I just they're gonna do you remember how in my video I talked about the removal of elevation and everything? That's how I feel. Okay, so let's get a look at this poll. I'm gonna end it. So we have some people who said, so half of the people here were like, no. Some people were like, it's okay, I guess. And some people said he looks great. So we had 14 votes out of 18. Actually, that's very good, chat. Thanks for voting. Vote was heard. And the answer for me is I'd probably be with okay, I guess. Because at least he's, like, this is where we're at these days, chat, okay? They kept him sort of in the realm. And if we look at your standard depiction of Tom Bombadil, I mean, this is where he's at in the minds of most people. I just wish he was more of a English gentleman and more, you know, I don't know. So for me, I'm a little worried. But the look of him, he looks a bit like Tom Bombadil on Wish, Tom Bombadil at home, Hagrid's younger brother that no one knew about. But it could be worse, chat. Okay, it could be worse. Let's all be honest here. This could be worse. It's just not great. I think this makes me sad. I don't think the writers know what Google is. Yeah, that is a good point, Ben. I feel like if they knew what Google is, they could find Masterclass and maybe. No, that's really mean. Depending on the centuries, under tunics would go as low as the ankles, though. Yes, but Mirokos, for me, I felt like Tom Bombadil was a woodsman, and woodsmen wouldn't be wearing super low robes. Right? Now I know that in Eastern Europe, for example, Eastern Europe had the super cool thing that they took from the Turks, which was like this long tunic thing. Oh, what was the name? I actually had to do research for a book for it once. Long tunic coats. Let's put Eastern Europe. Medieval. What's it called? Oh, what was it called? Caftans. But it was like a Eastern Europe people, help me out. Yeah, it was basically like based off of what was it? What was the name? It's not a caftan. But I feel like maybe what was the name? It's slipping my mind. It's been like a year and a half since I did the research on it. But there was, yeah, so it looks like this. And basically, the men thought the men in Eastern Europe thought and knew the Turks were crazy amazing and super manly. So they wore long garments that were very Turkish. But generally speaking, like, I would never make Tom Bombadil look like a Turk, right? Is it the caftan? Okay. I just don't think Tom Bombadil should be wearing something that is super long. I just always saw him as having shorter stuff. I don't know. Oh, Epic, rest well. Hopefully you have a good sleep. Good night, Epic. Epic is going because he has got a new job, and this job. Can we not fixate on a bit character from Lord of the Rings, please? Yeah, honestly, Wooly, that's my issue. Is they're going to blow him up into this thing, and it's going to minimize him because the whole point of. Oh, wait a minute, Wooly, are you saying that we as a chat should not be fixating, or Rings of Power people? We're going to fixate on what the Rings of Power people are going to do to Tom Bombadil, just for a little bit longer. But yeah, I'm a little worried because they could de-elevate what he represents. I think the script writers see things that are too complex / in-depth and just change it because they think their idea of what makes a good story is better than the core material. Some things that make sense, like changing certain scenes, but Amazon will definitely screw up Tom out. Yeah, Eben, when you're writing for a casual audience, you are going to make changes, and everyone needs to live with that. But some of the changes are just not good. And the changes represent to me so we could say, fine, it happened in Rings of Power. It is what it is. Rings of Power can't take away what Lord of the Rings means to us, right? But for me, I look at it as being an academic forensic scene where I'm looking at the little pieces and I'm thinking, why did this happen the way it did? And part of me is wondering if maybe there are some greater forces at work that are causing this to happen beyond the fact that script writers are bad, or beyond the fact that script writers are out of their depth, or beyond the fact that the script writers are adapting poorly for a casual audience, or not poorly. Maybe the numbers were actually good. I heard the numbers were bad. It's okay now until you hear dialogue. Yeah. Yeah. The costumes are just a little blip. I felt like I had to talk about the costumes because it was like leave no stone unturned, but Hardy, you make a really good point. I think he's too tall, not gonna lie. You know what? They should have made him taller than a dwarf, but not as tall as like we should have made him Ruzi's size. And then pair him with a really tall woman who's taller than him. That's transgressive. I wish he looked more like a being of the Bohemian folk in fairy tale imagery, says Yella. In the picture so far, he looks way too clean and sober. I miss the roguish flavor to his appearance. Exactly, Yella. Like this just, it's deep. Yeah. Just making him nothing. Season 1, the scale mail wasn't actually scale mail, but printed fabric. You can see the bunches in the photos of the armor. I looked for those. If they had the printed fabric stuff in the show, they were all toward the back of the screen. Everything where the camera zoomed in, it looked layered at the very least, even if it was probably not real mail. And in fact, all of the mail in Lord of the Rings was not in fact mail. It was a form of little plastic that they took from the tubing. And the men made little plastic. Does everyone remember the behind the scenes for that one? The chainmail, Lord of the Rings, making chainmail. I was a huge behind the scenes fan. Yeah, here. Since, like I said, this channel is not monetized.
I love Voila because not only do I get my favorites, but Luna gets her favorites too.
The only difference between our background and our hero costumes for our goblins are pretty much as the hero lightweight, so the character's able to wear the costume for a long period of time without feeling any fatigue from any exhaustion or weight.
Well, this is chainmail. Lots of it. This is a Moria Orc suit that I'm working on at the moment. There's 13,000 rings in one of these suits when it's finished, and it takes approximately 3 days to make up one of these suits. Some of the other suits are considerably more because the mail is a lot finer.
Here I am putting together plastic rings and I love it. Absolutely mad as a meat axe, but I love it.
Yeah. So in this, as we can see in these videos here, I recommend watching behind the scenes of Lord of the Rings. All of this chainmail was actually plastic that had been painted. And so it wasn't real chainmail. It doesn't have to be real. It can look fake. It should have a layer on it. When I was watching Rings of Power, I didn't see anything too obviously painted on. If it was painted on, they were cheating my eye fairly well. But that being said, it was still very bad and nothing looked lived in. All of the costumes looked like it came straight off a rack. He would not be wearing super long tunics for work out of doors, though. Yeah, Mirokos. That's an outer garment, not an undergarment. Yeah. So I've done some work writing historical fiction. And I'm aware that over the centuries, garments for both male and female changed for sure. I just feel like Tom Bombadil should have had shorter tunics. That's just me, once again. Oh, okay. Epic is using the stream as background stuff. Tom is going to be a super wise, powerful, and slightly cheeky wizard, which isn't what he is, but it'll be interesting. Yeah, it could be worse. That would be, in my opinion, at this stage, that would be best case scenario, unfortunately, but which is sad. It's sad. It was reported the direction of Rings of Power changed the moment Christopher Tolkien died. It seems pretty clear from the outset that it was being made without care for what Lord of the Rings is. Yeah, I mean, Christopher has a son, Simon, I believe, and yeah, after Wheels of Time and Rings of Power, all I gotta say is scriptwriters do not know how to use the material correctly. Changing it to casual audience is the right way, but that's what Peter Jackson did, not these writers. Yeah. So Evan, I don't know if you saw my videos. I've talked about it a bit before. I think if you don't read enough of one kind of thing, you're not going to be able to write it. I'm a ghostwriter part of the time. I used to do it full time, but right now I'm part time. And in order for me to write a certain way, I have to sit down and I have to just consume a bunch of books written that way. And yeah, they should hire Ruzi to be Tom Bombadil. That's the answer, Ruzi. Ruzi, you should put on a short tunic, toddle down to Amazon Prime, and present yourself. You have a beard, right? Just say, I am Tom Bombadil. Yeah, Tom should be shorter, I think. I agree with Party. He should be a small king. Oh my gosh, Party agrees with me. Party is also saying that Ruzi should be Tom. So I agree with Eben that it's okay to take certain things and transform it for modern audiences and casual audiences. That's how myth stays alive. Right? A lot of the fairy tales that we read and enjoy today, a lot of the myths that we read and enjoy today were, for the most part, casual fare for folk. Remember last week, before the stream ended suddenly because of a fire in my apartment building, but before the fire in the apartment building, does everyone remember what we were talking about? We were talking about how Gothic literature was dominated by female interest and was incredibly impacted by up-and-coming female authors who were very, very talented for their time. And honestly, there was some sexism that was happening within the writing sphere during that period, where a lot of people were saying, oh, you're writing for the common folk, your writing isn't worth shit. And this actually started happening to people who were involved in writing fairy tales and writing fairy stories and writing fantasy, to the point where Tolkien had to write his essay to say, no, being a fantasy writer, consuming fantasy, is not a sign of being mentally deficient or childlike or gullible or low taste. It's all about, what is that genre intending to do? And as we found out, a lot of what we consider today to be classical literature was in fact incredibly what we would now consider to be casual fare, and simply stood the test of time because there was intrinsic value to be had within those works of art, frankly. But were many of those works of art intended to be consumed by your average viewer? Yes. Now there were some, like for example, The Prince by Machiavelli, for example, Jonathan Swift, for example. These people were writing for very specific audiences that were not intended to be casual. Like Sun Tzu, I don't think he was writing for your average casual audience, right? He was writing for a very specific audience. But there are lots of examples of people who were writing for the common crowd and who tapped into something meaningful, and thus they were remembered. So I'm not averse to seeing casual writers, writing for casual audiences. I just want them to do it well. And to also allow for mythical moments. So allow for aesthetically charged spiritual moments. Just wait till we found out this was a fake out and a black woman is playing Tom. Ben, the New Zealand accent is really nice. It sounds very lazy and drawly. Eben says, I've seen some of your previous videos. It's very eloquent and well put together. Well, that's very kind of you, Eben. Because I sometimes get people telling me the way I talk is a bit, how can I say this? When I speak publicly, I can get a little, like, not here, not right now. I'm very relaxed. I love chat. But whenever you put a microphone in front of me and I'm supposed to give a lecture, I start mumbling and bumbling. I'm like Shy Ronnie. But I'm trying to be. I don't like some of the bashing that went on. That's what I'll say. And I know this will make me unpopular with both sides of the aisle. Because I don't want to. Like, for example, yes, the costumes were cheaply made, but the silhouettes were really good. For the most part. Although, in this case, with Tom Bombadil, I think the silhouette is disappointing, but the actual outfit looks pretty. It looks worn. It looks like someone has been wearing it. What could go wrong, says Bruzy. I don't think the Rings of Power have read anything ever. Yeah, so Leo, as a ghostwriter, I have to read stuff and then follow what my client wants me to do. If I fail to do that, I will probably lose the project. I will get a bad score from my client. And so this is where I feel like this is where I get angry, I guess. I just feel like some of these authors have become so entitled. And it's like, it's my aesthetic. I have something I need to say. And so what bothers me is like they're not being respectful to the client, which in my opinion is both the author, who's dead. Yes, but he's, he should have a voice. And the fans, right? We are the clients and the author is the client. And the ghostwriter, which in this case is not a ghostwriter because we know their names, but these people should be professional and should be bringing us the best of that world. And I don't think these people are the only people who are doing this. We are seeing it with The Witcher. I've been told that the rumors I'd heard are in fact real. That the writers for The Witcher were literally talking down on the original material. And it's insanity to me. Like, how could you be so professional as a writer? Like, yeah, they're not ghostwriters, but they're writers who have been hired to represent another person's creative voice. And they don't have the humility to shut the fuck up and just fucking write. I'm so mad. I don't know. I just feel, I'm not saying that I am the world's best writer. I'm not saying that, chat. One of these days, I'll put out a book that you guys can read. And then you can judge me based on it. But it just makes me sad because I feel like there are writers out there who are probably even better than me, who are not going to have a chance to actually do good work, because from what I understand and from what I've experienced, the writing world is plagued with basically like almost like nepotism, right? It's like you hire your friends, you hire the people you know. It's all about networking, and it's all about you saying the right political things. And that, to me, I think creates stagnant like it creates a creative stagnant space where there's no fresh ideas. No one's really there to represent the IP. And that part makes me upset because I'm not saying that I deserve to be writing for these shows. That's probably very narcissistic and prideful for me to suggest that. But I'm sure that there are other great writers out there who have been shafted because they were not knowing the right people, or they aren't in the right sphere and stuff like that. I still can't believe your building caught fire midstream. Midstream, Ben. That's very. Sim was trying to rescue me from from the stream, but I was having too much fun in that stream. Um, but yes, everyone, my building caught fire, but it was not a big deal. It was smoke, but we all got out. We all just hung out in the rain, and then we all went back in. And then we all had our sleeping schedules so screwed up that I'm still reeling from it. A lot of times in history, women have been made amazing impacts to have minimized by men, either jealous of them or afraid of losing their influence. Tragedy, but hey, history, I guess. LOL. Yeah. Once again, there have been moments where genuinely amazing people were shafted because simply of their gender. However, we're now in a space where I think women have equal chances to be represented, and it's just unfortunate when I see a large portion of these writers, both male and female, but increasingly female because women are more, taking over certain spaces. When you see certain creatives behaving in a certain way, that I think is a bit unprofessional, or a lot unprofessional. Shay said, my music professor did this to us once, pointing out that today's classical hymnals all use contemporary popular composed music tuned from their times. I can't wait for reality TV to be considered high art by future generations. I can't wait either, Sim, but I have a feeling I'll be dead before then. And you'll be dead before me. That's a fact. I know Sim's older than me. Okay, so Shay, you were absolutely right. From what I understand, Our Mighty Fortress was literally sung to, like, I heard a bar tune. A lot of the music that we would sing, let's say in church today, used to actually be very common music, melodies back then. Sun Tzu would probably turn in his grave to know that Dude Bro podcast co-opted his book and quotes, book does not need to be literature to be valuable or full of meaning. What is needed is for the author to write down a coherent truth. Absolutely, Wooly. You've hit the nail on the head. And I think the closer the truth is to universal reality or universal truth, I think people from all backgrounds or from different time periods will be able to latch into that, and they will feel something. Shay is pointing out that The Art of War by Sun Tzu and The Prince by Machiavelli are interesting cases because I feel like anytime they are quoted, it's good for everyone. Exactly, Shay. And that's where I feel like whether the writing was specialized or whether it was written for common fare, if it can speak to people over a broad period of time, I think it has staying power, and that's actually what helps form something into a classic. If that's true, it's no wonder Cavill got pissed. Yeah, Ruzi. So here's the reality. We got Henry Cavill, who I think is a fairly intelligent man, right? Who is incredibly emotionally invested in an IP. And he's walking away from something that matters to him. Something must have gone on behind the scene. We can't judge you based on your fanfic. You could judge me based off of distortions in time. If you want to judge me based off of that, you are welcome to. but I think I'm slowly actually inching past distortions in time. I think I've broken some habits that I had in distortions in time. This happens very blatantly in translation too. Yeah, Ruzi. So I did a video on anime translators, and I was also pissed off with anime translators. I think translation is another case where you have one creative stepping in to speak for another creative. And what blows my mind is when you have lefties who are treating Asians like they're white adjacent and are revising what are people of color. Like I don't care if a person's very pale, they're not Caucasian, they're not white. What are you doing if you're supposedly representing people of color? What are you doing mistranslating their work on purpose? I think it's gross. I think it's disrespectful, especially from a group of people who are finger wagging at everyone else for being like, you know, too racist or whatever. Humility is a spiritual virtue. Why would materialistic script writers have even an inkling of it? I don't know, Wooly. I figured it would be professionalism, long term thinking, but I guess you need a certain level of awareness to. Oh my goodness! We have a new person. There are new people coming in and out of chat tonight. Wow. Guardian710. Hey, what's up? What's up, Guardian? Uh, why? Where did you come from? What video brought you here? We got actually a bunch of new chatters in here, which is fantastic. I wonder if it's all Rings of Power related, or if it was what was my other video that a lot of people responded to? Oh, my hot take, my really hot take on the state of fantasy that most people were molding. Well, not most people. A lot of people supported me, I should say. But the state of fantasy had some people raising their eyebrows and having some wondering thoughts. Classical music was composed by and for the church or the aristocracy. In terms of Catholic, perhaps, Wooly. But even a lot of early medieval Catholic stuff was not actually composed by the church or the aristocracy. A lot of the early Christmas carols and stuff was folk, very, very linked to folk music. Now, later on, as the Catholic Church grew more powerful, leading into what we would call the Protestant or the Reformation, the Protestant Reformation, or the Reformation, you had a lot of corruption where the church and the aristocracy were defining how the faith was being experienced. I'm not trying to be a Catholic apologist here, but Protestant Reformation, which I mentioned, we're talking about hymns. Hymns are not the same in Protestant churches versus Catholic, and the Protestant church, particularly at the beginning of Reformation, a lot of the hymns were based off of very common melodic lines, because at that point in time, Protestantism didn't have the cultural grip that it has today. Although, once again, I think religion across the board in terms of organized faith has taken a hit on a personal level. Although many, many people in the West will tell you that they're a person of faith, but the amount of people that read scriptures or regularly attend is actually lower. But one of my interests, Wooly, was to study medieval work. So I actually did some studies in medieval stuff. I wanted to do more, but it's all about post-colonial stuff now. So I I didn't have a ton of opportunity, but I did a lot of research into more ancient forms of singing in the early church or in the early eras of medieval church history in terms of particularly in terms of Christmas carols, because I get a little bit um yeah, Wooly is anti-Protestant. But yeah, so basically there are a lot of very early medieval songs. Both actually, if we look at both movements, both Catholic and Protestant movements, we can say that the early years of each movement was symbolized by a lot of common folk taking faith into their own hands and doing their own thing. Guardian says ego is definitely one of the major issues in regard to writing, always having a mentality of we're better than you are. Oh, my translation video is what brought you here. Okay. Yeah, I was molding when I saw when I was watching Asmund's reaction to the situation. I was molding as a ghostwriter. I was like, how dare you? Oh, Lucid's in chat. Hello, Lucids. Oh, Guardian is also a writer. That's awesome, Guardian. What kind of stuff do you write? We have other writers in chat. Yeah, I'm surprised Sim. Is Sim still unbanned? Some people get banned in my chat. Is Sim still with us? People get banned in my chat for various reasons. I don't know why. It's like Susan has a little telescope and she's just gazing at us. And it's really depressing and sad for everyone. Sci-fi, fantasy, and isekai. Oh, do you do lit RPGs, perchance, Guardian? Sim. Okay, Wooly. Good luck out there. Okay. So Guardian wants to go into writing for manga. All right. Well, I hope it goes well for you, Guardian. That's a whole other art style, right? And one of the key things is just to read a whole ton of it and get to know your market, get to know what you want to write, form your voice, and then go for it. Have you read any book by a YouTuber? Asked Leo. What do you mean by that, Leo? Can you elucidate on that a little bit more? Oh, Ben, way to go. Are you running like a high charisma build? I'm gonna sip my coconut rum thing, something like this. It's like a coffee, flavored coffee. Okay. So Ben's got decent charisma as a rogue. I think I'm playing a hunter. who is very hot, and he's going to go for Astarion and Gale and Shadowheart. If we can make it work. An isekai set in a steampunk Victorian era setting. Oh, that's really cool. That's really, really cool. How is it going for you with writing the lines to be more old-fashioned? Lindsay Ellis wrote a sci-fi book, Razor Fist. Oh my gosh, Razor Fist. I kind of find him attractive. Is that weird? Anyway, Razor Fist. I want to read his stuff. Is Razor Fist on Amazon? Like, how did he? Razor Fist novel books. You know what? I'm gonna stay on Amazon. Suck it, Amazon. Okay. Night Vale Book 1. Uh 4.8. Well, he probably has a lot of his community supporting him, as they should. Oh, look at this person, just being super upfront. I appreciate that. Good man. Um. So, this is not the kind of book you can just read through. Looking past the noticeably large vocabulary, the reader is meant to think and make connections while reading through. This answers the transition issues some readers might encounter. Don't worry, using a brain cell while reading isn't terminal. Second part about pacing. Well, what did you expect from a 115-page story? People must not understand writing anymore. Your first book shouldn't be The Silmarillion by Tolkien. Okay, so on, so on. The character is giving you a slice of the character story to entice you. If they're struggling with Razor Fist's story, they probably can't survive Malazan. Now, for my review, I find the book as to what many may meme compelling and rich, but with sincerity, of course. Has managed to place enough of the world in without echoing the Silmarillion. Yeah. It is written in such a way that even my 11th grade feminat English teacher would be ready to strap on a masochist suit and slap an A in hope of getting the gravy train. Okay. E. Howard style fantasy. Purplest prose. Okay. Goodbye, Emmy Chan. Sim's on his best behavior. So the answer, short answer, Leo, is no. but I am more than willing to try out Razor Fist stuff. I'm more than willing to try it out. Back phone died about a charge and had 20%. Oh no, Shay. Well, I'm back. You're back, I mean. Well, thanks for coming back. We will hopefully start the WoW reaction soon. Razor Fist is a handsome dude. Yeah. Yeah, you have to have dialogue, my man. If you want to get a major audience, particularly a manga, you're going to have to get really into your dialogue. And if you're wanting to write Victorian, you're going to have to. I would recommend to dip your feet in. Okay, so let's say you want to get a Victorian flavor to your writing. So what Victorian stuff should you be reading? Don't read Dickens, okay? I read Dickens, but you don't need to, okay? Go for short stories like Edgar Allan Poe. Go for what's his face who did Castle of Otranto. Go for you could even look at certain authors that are in the Georgian period, because that would still be viable. But what I would recommend is you look for short stories written during. So I never studied short stories much because I'm not super into reading short stories, but I would highly recommend you read like some Jules Verne, stuff like that. And if you read enough of that, you will start understanding a bit more how to write old-fashioned sounding words. Another author is Lucy Maud Montgomery, and Lucy Maud Montgomery is a Canadian authoress, and she wrote during a Victorian period, and there's a lot of dialogue in her writing as well, and that dialogue, if you consume enough of that, that will help you flavor your own writing so it's not so anachronistic. So good luck with writing dialogue. Dialogue is tough. Yeah. Guardian, try to find really strong books that have a good flavor for Victorian and are actually writing in an old-fashioned kind of way, if that's what you want to do. But if you want to write more casually for a casual audience with modern anachronisms in your writing, then, I mean, that you can do that as well. So, Ruzi, I have read the first 4 books of Malazan. I had to take a break, and I really do need to go back and finish it. But my issue with Guardians of the Moon is that some of the description is not good enough for me, because, part and parcel of how my brain works is that I visualize everything that is spoken or read. So if you do not describe enough for me, I actually start struggling to read the words on the paper. I don't know what it is. I don't know what to call it. So Neuromancer by William Gibson is probably one of my favorite sci-fi books of ever, maybe. But it took me over 10 years to figure out what was going on. I know this sounds wild. I work as a ghostwriter. I have a degree. I have a degree in literature, but I'm actually probably should be actually doing something like programming, like realistically. If I had been born a few years later with a more economically advantaged family, I think I would have not gone into literature at all. There are certain aspects where I have a handicap that I have to deal with, and that is just it's and so for me, when I was reading the first Malazan, I wanted to enjoy it. I could see that there were things, but if you asked me right now, how do the mages make magic in Malazan, even today I would struggle to synthesize that information and tell you, because there are aspects of how Erikson writes that is not enough for me to construct a world. So there was this whole thing in the Malazan series where there was this thing hanging over city, and you notice how I keep using the word thing, because it was a fortress maybe, but was it round? Was it a shard? Did it look like a crystal? Was it in the shape of a pear? Was it an upside down pear? There was just a lot of these tiny little details that were completely absent. It was just assumed that you would kind of understand what it was, and it it ground me to a slower halt. Usually I could read a book like that within, a couple days, and with Gardens of the Moon specifically, I slowed down to, I think, a week and a half, 2 weeks. So, yeah. Story I would say I've done that is most completed would be my Chi of the Green Dragon story, which is a fantasy martial arts story. I would love to explain the lore, but it would take over 100 chat messages to explain it. Yeah, okay, Guardian. If you are writing short stories, then my recommendation is just sit down and read a chunk of Victorian short stories. Or read excerpts like Wilkie Collins if you want more mystery. Read Lucy Law Montgomery if you want more drama. But all of those things, what you should do is read with the eye of a writer. And so look at how are they using their subjects and their verbs. I was going to say we did the poets, but I don't think we read any short stories. Yeah, short stories. We read some in Gothic literature, Shay, but not. We didn't read a ton. In fact, in some post-secondary educational institutions, short stories gets its own course. Oh, look at Party! What a great mod. Yes, so join our Discord, everyone who is not part of our Discord. You can go in there and you can choose different roles as like a gamer or a consumer or a writer or a book reader, and you can join different channels and chat. I don't think anyone could answer that question well. The short answer is they open their wearing, and a long answer is a wizard did it. Yeah. So Ruzi, because I rely literally on visualization to understand text, that lack of what is a warren, what does it physically look like? If it was in CG, what would it look like? Anyway, but don't get me wrong. I've deep respect for Erikson. Generally speaking, he is a fantastic writer. His world is very fascinating. His characters are extremely human in a way, even though they're not human sometimes. There is a very gritty, I don't. This is where I get so annoyed. These modern writers who are trying to adapt these more older IPs, really they should be adapting Malazan. They should already be making a Malazan series, because Malazan has everything. It has sex, it has crazy crap going on, it has weird magic, it has people of color. My favorite two characters are Ben and Callum. So for those who know Malazan, Ben and Callum are my favorite, and or Kalam, I don't even know, but there's a lot of people of color. This is not like an extremely singularly Northern European story. It's very, very broad in its inception. Lewis Carroll, yes, Shay's right. George MacDonald, I'd go down that road. Kipling, I would go with Edgar Allan Poe. Lucy Law Montgomery wrote short stories. H.P. Lovecraft wrote short stories. If you want to read a Charles Dickens, I would read Christmas Carol, which is his shortest story. So you'd want to read something like that. Trying to think off the top of my head. Mm. Walpole? Was he during that time? I'm trying to remember. I studied more of of I tried to study more. I wanted to study more medieval and pre-medieval. I fell into Gothic literature only by accident. We are so different. I have aphantasia. I literally cannot rely on visualization. Oh, interesting. So, Rusinus, does this mean that when you read, you just see words, right? I think my sister has something like this. Murakami. Guy de Maupassant is an incredible short story writer. There you go. Look at all of these people making fantastic recommendations. Um, if you join our Discord, you can always ask again, and we could supply you with more recommendations. Unless I'm asleep, the only thing I see is what my eyes see. Oh, fantastic. Okay, so my sister has something very similar to this. She is unable to visualize anything beyond like I'm sure with like some push she can have a general shape or whatever, but I'm the opposite of you. So my first year at university was stressful to begin with, but what happened is I took a sci-fi class. Now I passed. I had an A in it, I believe. Um, I never got below a B in an English literature class. For me to get lower than a B in an English literature class would be a crime. but but even though I was doing really well in that class, I had a massive struggle with neuromancer, and it was the closest thing to something like dyslexia, but I don't know what it is. But it got to a point where the words were blurring on the page, and I got really scared because I was like, what's happening? Chat in a Discord I'm in was discussing the varying levels of aphantasia. It's apparently on a spectrum like some other things. It was really wild to hear the different ways people are and aren't able to visualize things. Yeah, Shay, my sis is one of them. And it turns out her kid might also have it. And it just is the way it is. Oh, Pyromancer is starting an entire Warcraft 3 playthrough this or next week. He promised to reach a specific amount of subs. Wow, that's awesome. Maybe I should watch him to get that then. I have a contact who has gone out on this great seas and found me something that may or may not be related to Warcraft 3. It's not analogous to vision. Okay. Yeah, no, Ruzi, I can visualize everything. So you can imagine what was happening to me as a child when women would so I would be standing with my mother, right? And of course my mom had lots of kids. So a lot of women would talk to her about them having lots of kids, right? And eventually you're going to have women swapping child labor stories. And yeah, you can imagine 16-year-old Chieko standing there hearing about a woman pushing a baby out of her, well, her vagina, or, anyway. It was brutal. Because, like, as soon as you start describing stuff to me, like, I'm seeing something in my head. And it was very intrusive. I get when I get tired, I get very like crazy intrusive thoughts, like and not like repeating things necessarily. It's more like extremely violent images in my head when I get tired, when I'm burnt out. So that's why I can actually tell when I'm getting socially wiped out is when I get these weird thoughts. Mask of the Red Death was the only Poe story I ever read. It was actually one of my favorite stories as a kid, and I wasn't really that big into literature, thinking of checking out his other works. Highly recommend Edgar Allan Poe. If you enjoyed Edgar Allan Poe did short stories. The Telltale Heart, so good. Fall of the House of Usher. I'm gonna do spoilers for Fall of the House of Usher. So, is Chad okay with me doing some spoilers about Fall of the House of Usher? Let's see what Gutenberg has. We'll put Edgar Allan Poe. Read online. The Bells. Did anyone read The Bells? That one is crazy. Lenore. So these are poems, doubtful poems. Fall of the House of Usher is fascinating. So we read The Fall of the House of Usher in university together, and everyone was like, ah, yes, we can see here that the status of women was complicated and so on and so forth. Now, I'm not disagreeing that the status of women during a certain period in European history is going to be, it it's not good, right? But The Fall of the House of Usher is not the book that you want to use as an example. I was like, what are you talking about? So you can go to Project Gutenberg, okay? And you can read this stuff for free. So this is The Fall of the House of Usher. It's actually not that long, if I recall correctly. Yeah. It ends right here. So like it's very, very short. You can literally read it for free on Gutenberg. The Fall of the House of Usher. And so we're sitting in class and everyone's going on and on about female empowerment and stuff. And once again, I am a single woman who has always, paddled her own canoe, who's always done what she wanted. Like, I'm all for people having the right to choose stuff about their life. But The Fall of the House of Usher is the furthest. I was like, what are we going on here? We're in fourth year. This isn't a second year class either. What is going on here? If you read the last two paragraphs of the story is actually all about the power of the feminine dark energy to literally tear down corrupt establishments. Like, I was like, what? I was like, but in this story, we're seeing that the it was such a mess. That's when I started losing it in class, because I felt like we can definitely talk about how women and their status was, there were issues historically speaking, but this story is not one of them. So I got really annoyed. Cask of Amontillado. Mask is so sad and horrifying. Oh, Shay, are you also over visualizer, over active imagination too? Oh my gosh. Shay. Hello. Yeah, I really struggle with over visualizing, and it can actually get downright like intrusive, like very negative. Moby Dick is a great how to write Victorian IMO, but definitely not a short story. No. Yeah, so for me, my recommendation would be to check out the work, like check out Gutenberg. Gutenberg is where you want to go. Let's see if they have Lucy Laud Montgomery. Let's see if she should be in public domain now, but we will see. Maybe not. Montgomery. Oh, look at that. Yeah, you can even read Lucy Laud Montgomery. Oh, wow. Blue Castle. Read it for free online. One of her best books. Blue Castle and Jane of Lantern Hill. Fight me. I highly recommend reading Blue Castle. If you want to read a beautiful and heartwarming story about a forgotten spinster who believes that she is going to die soon, and this basically pushes her to strike out and experience life in a new way. And in the process, she finds love, and it's phenomenal. I highly recommend Blue Castle. I also recommend Jane of Lantern Hill. I don't know if Jane of Lantern Hill is here, but if you can find it, Jane of Lantern Hill is also very good. Kilmeny of the Orchard. Yeah, I don't see it here, but if you can get your hands on Jane of Lantern Hill, I recommend it as well. Jane of Lantern Hill is a fantastic story about rebuilding a family, and part of it is set in Toronto, which is really cool. The cat. There was one where he falls asleep and someone is choking him, Shay, and it's really fantastic. That one is really like the twist at the end of that one is really interesting. I love Edgar Allan Poe. Um, yeah. So it is now almost 9:30. We have been talking actually so long on stuff. Let's watch some WoW cinematics. And first, let's talk about how I'm feeling so far about WoW. So, first off, I want to say that Warcraft 3 is phenomenal. The feeling of Warcraft 3 is very powerful and very mythological. There are moments in it where you feel like something amazing is going on. You might not know all of the details of what's going on in the cinematic, but you can sense that something fantastic is going on. And everything is kind of dark and broody, and it's very clearly trying to be cool and trying to be powerful. Then after that, we went into looking at some general cinematics where we saw how different races are, and these cinematics represented the starting classes and races in their various zones. And I loved it. I loved it. I loved it. I appreciated it, and I loved it. Now, some zones I clearly vibed with more than other zones. So, for example, this creepy zone I thought was phenomenal. And there was this other, where is it? Um, hmm, where There was a zone with like beautiful trees. Okay, so there is this zone which Sim very kindly took me to, and I was able to actually do some quests in this zone. So actually seeing this cinematic, I should have seen this before Sims flew me there. And this makes me really sad because it sets up these zones so perfectly that it's like why couldn't we have some of these no matter anyway. And this zone here, so pretty, so beautiful. Like it reminds me of the Sylph Woods in East Shroud. Um, but so enchanting. And what I liked about almost all of these intro cinematics is that they set your character in a specific zone and it helps you feel like you knew the context of why should you care. Now, once again, I agree with Ruzi. Ruzi said, I don't want to have to sometimes we need to allow ourselves to not know what's going on, right? So Ruzi was talking about it in terms of Malazan. And I think that's true of MMOs. You don't need to know everything when you start out in the MMO, but you need to have enough context to feel like I matter, this matters. This is my current goal. And one thing I felt very much missing in the current retail experience is this sense of this is my very real goal. Like I understand what's going on in the small little space that I'm starting out in. And so I really liked how they start small. The scope is small. You feel like you can understand it. And I think we got to the point where they were going about PvP for sure. We got to PvP land. Let's see here. I think this is the PvP stuff. Sim is feeling gypped. Sim is feeling like I did clickbait. Okay, Guardian, go check out Gutenberg. I highly recommend Gutenberg as a way to go read the classics. This is where it's at. Should have left the BRB sign on all this time. Sim, savage, very savage. Vanilla and BC cinematics are much less story centric than the others that follow, by the way. I did catch you mentioning how they were invitations. Yeah, you need to roll characters through the non tutorial experience. You really need to roll a Worgen through the racial zone, hands down the best immersion and setup. WoW devs acknowledged at BlizzCon that they feel the starting experience robs us of those racial intro experiences and they like to get that immersion back to know what they intend, though. Yeah, Guardian. If my in some of my writing videos, I specifically state the best way to become a better writer is to read a ton. So if Gutenberg can help you, I'm very excited. Um, the truth is that a lot of people have come to me. You know, they find out, oh, you're a writer. Oh, oh, and then they talk to me about it, and it's very clear, like you can't write well without reading a lot, and that's just a fact. There's no shortcuts to greatness. Um, yeah, Shay. So I think you're touching on something that should maybe give a lot of WoW players hope. For those who are there for story and for role playing, I think returning to this kind of invitation where it doesn't have to be. And once again, I don't think WoW should ever become like 14 where they have this massive story, but they should have enough for people to get invested. You have a good point. That might explain why I've been doing more reading than usual. Yeah. Generally speaking, Guardian, I feel like a lot of people want to want to write something specific, and then they don't understand all the work that goes into it. So it's they end up starting to try to write something, and then they feel terrible about it, and then they blame themselves, and they're like, oh, I'm a bad writer, I suck, and they give up. And the reality is like that's not the full story. Like you can you can actually improve, but you have to do it a very specific kind of way. There are certain things you got to do. Okay, so we had this PvP experience for sure. Let's see what we got here.
And whoever controls the towers in Eastern Bladelands.
Okay, I'm pretty sure this is PvP.
The tide of battle.
Yes. Okay, so we've seen this already. So this is PvP. So this is all trying to show off, oh, this is what this expansion has. And I'm assuming these are all IRL players who are gonna be fighting each other. Yeah, Guardian. You will definitely get good at it for sure. You keep practicing, you keep going for it. You've gone backwards. Yeah. Yeah, I'm just seeing, where did I? Okay, so I feel like we were watching. This is players doing stuff, transmogging, like polymorphing. These are like all classes and what they can do. Sexy girl, not yet made into a fruit ball. And we got the bro, the juicer, the demon juicer bro. He's glowing with green because he took demon steroids. I'm pretty sure we stopped there.
1 month ago, a terrible experience.
Hello again. Hello, Wooly. Welcome back, Wooly. You were not repaired. Illadaddy. Yeah. Illadaddy, the demon steroid user. And another thing is, Guardian, like a lot of people, like a lot of my clients would be like, oh, you write so well, right? And the answer is like, sure, right? Okay, like I'm a pretty good writer, right? But like, who are you comparing me to? Right? Like, never look down, always look up at the big people, at the greats. And that's why when I read good stuff, I always read with the eye of a writer, because I'm modeling myself on the good writers. And I'm never comparing myself to, the current level of writing, because that is not going to help me at all. And I'm not saying that to just shit on people. Some people are just writing for a very specific audience. But if that's not what I want to do, then I shouldn't be comparing myself to them, if that makes any sense. And I've been writing since I was a kid, technically. And I've been professionally writing for about 3 years now. And I've been writing like extreme amounts since probably early 2000s, like for myself or for fan fiction or whatever. And so it takes a lot of time. You gotta do it a lot. These intros are for Belfs and Draenei coming up here. New races in BC. They're the best of the non-new intro zones. These 2 zones were done with a cohesive, isolated story with the old vanishing race layout of engage. Okay, so these things that we're going to see here are now going to be... Okay, so let's see what we got here. Although I will have to say, I don't want to be mean here, but this initial screenshot here looks like a Saturday morning cartoon.
Explosion tore open the skies above northern Kalimdor. At that moment, the great ship Exodar plummeted from the heavens and crashed upon the world of Azeroth. Having fled the ravaged world of Outland, the noble Draenei used the dimension-traveling Exodar to reach safe haven. Inspired by tales of the heroic alliance that stood against the might of the Burning Legion, the Draenei have come to enlist aid in retaking their shattered homes. Dedicated to preserving life and upholding the tenets of the Holy Light, the Draenei hope to gather a new coalition of warriors to
I
battle
love
the
this
Burning
zone. This
Legion
zone looks
and put a
gorgeous.
halt to its horrific burning.
Okay, wait a minute. Okay, so step by step, how would I play this in this zone? So I log into the game. I have to choose a Draenei. And then oh, see you later, Guardian. Have a good hangout with your friends. And feel free to join our Discord if you'd like to come and chat more. I have a writer's channel, and you can even submit work if you'd like for me to look over when I have time. When you make a new character, it shows this. Ouch, wrapping paper near sensitive mic. I'm sorry, Willie. That was my Joe Louis coming out of its wrapping paper, so it should be done though. We're inspiring you to play a space code. Yes. Once you're past level 10 with your first tune, it'll ask you if you want to play the racial experience or the tutorial again. Later's guard. Okay, yes. Willie's saying goodbye to Guardian with your subsequent tunes. Okay. Well, May was a bit rough for me, and June, I'm potentially going. I can't believe I'm saying this, but I might actually go and hang out with my sister party again. In June. But maybe in July, after I get out of Dawn Trail, I can pay for a sub and try this out properly. Yeah, I think I could probably run it on free, but it would only give me so much, right? I would only get so far. Oh, okay. Okay, maybe I'll try it for free. See what happens. Okay. Now, actually, before we go any further with this party, so here's the thing, talking about stuff with party here. Am I doxing myself by doing this? No, I'm not. Thank goodness. So party, talking about coming to your place, I was thinking on the 19th of coming to your place, and then our brother JM is taking off a chunk of this weekend down here, and he was like, oh, maybe I could come and drive over to Party's place. So he's thinking of maybe coming and joining us on the weekend. What do you think? Hit me up in Discord. Okay, back to chat. Yeah, party. Jam wants to visit, and he was like, "I'll drive over, and then I'll drive you back with me." And we would like. Party actually. Who did you battle last night, Party? We wiped 3 times. Party, share with chat before we go any further in this WoW cinematic. Guess what party said? Guess what party said? Party said, wait a minute, we're fighting him now? That's what Party said. Oh my lord. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. No, simulacrum. Spoilers. Put mute me, Sim. Mute me. We're just stopping for a quick second here. So basically we fought Zodiark and Party was like, wait a minute, what? We're doing what? We're fighting now? But she got ramped up. She got really like oof into it. And then we got to, of course, you know, we're on the moon. The moon was actually my favorite zone because of the music. It has like that Gregorian chant, which I absolutely love Gregorian chant. So it's just one of my favorite zones, actually, even though there's literally nothing on it. And and I was like, you know, when I come here on Nico and I fly on my purple lantern, for some reason for me, the purple lantern on the moon is so aesthetic. And then Party was like, oh, I don't have the purple lantern. So right there and then on the moon, we we went into Nidhogg Extreme and we unsynced it and got her the purple lantern. Of course, she can't fly it yet, so she can't get the full aesthetic moment. But yeah, so we got to that part in Endwalker, and we ended with a cinematic where a creepy voice starts talking. So, chat, you have to ask Party what she thinks that creepy voice is. Going, at last. Okay. Tangent over. Spoilers over. Wait a minute. Where's my avatar? Okay. So, let's get back to this. I love this zone. I can see, Shay, why you were saying it was so pretty. So let's just review it just a little bit here.
The Draenei hope to gather a new coalition of warriors to battle the Burning Legion and put a halt to its horrific burning crusade. Armed only with courage and their unshakable faith in the light, the Draenei look forward to finding the Alliance and ushering them towards the destiny that awaits beyond the skies of Azeroth. Now, the fate of two worlds rests in your hands.
This gets me wanting to play it. This is probably, like, I've seen all of these great story cinematics, and that's fine, right? Very nice, very moving, very beautiful, very well done. But this kind of stuff is what gets me more excited. Are they space goats? Oh, I guess there is a weird tail thing here. And there's a goat thing here. Oh, I'm now seeing. Oh, they have no feet. They have goats. They're like fawns or satyrs. Okay.
For nearly 7,000 years, the High Elves cultivated a shining, magical kingdom, hidden deep within the forests of northern Lordaeron. But 5 years ago, the undead scourge invaded Quel'Thalas and drove the elves to the brink of extinction. Led by the evil Death Knight Arthas, the scourge destroyed the mystical Sunwell, thereby severing the elves from the source of their arcane power. Though the scars of that conflict are evident, the remaining elves have banded together and retaken much of their homeland. Calling themselves Blood Elves, these grim survivors are committed to regaining the vast powers they once commanded. Inspired by the leadership of their beloved prince, Kael'thas Sunstrider, the Blood Elves now seek new sources of arcane magic and the means of defending their land against the undying horrors of the Scourge. As one of the few surviving Blood Elves, you must master your thirst for magic and help shape the destiny of your people.
Okay, so some of you may not know this, but I started a second tune and I chose a Blood Elf. I hate people who have weird mufflers. I think people with weird mufflers are cringe, and that's all I'm going to say on that matter. But anyway, hopefully none of you had weird muffler sounds. Kind of like a satire. Okay. I don't have hoof fetishes. I'm not actually attracted. I love cat boys, and I discovered, like I like cat boys for sure. But I'm not into hoofs. But I'm not averse to playing it. I'm just not going to be like writing fan fiction about a satyr anytime soon. Space goats also have a vaguely Eastern European accent. Okay, heavy Greek influences. Yeah. Okay. So Shay, this blood elf region right here, very very beautiful. And I am familiar with this because I started a second tune and I did a blood elf, and there was a cinematic that was similar to this but not quite. They were saying different things. But what was interesting about this cinematic versus the cinematic that I saw when I started the tune is that they literally mentioned that you have to manage your addiction to magic. And I feel like I remember Wooly and certain other people in chat saying that blood elves were addicted, like it was like a chemical thing, right? Addicted to magic. And that has been since changed. Lol. Chico living next to drag race track. You would not believe, Yella. Yeah, I'm sorry everyone if you got weird stuff. Noisy people should be locked in a sensory deprivation room for a day. I agree, Willie. Yeah. Magic being addictive and dangerous was a big part of the lore. Not sure if it gets much play after Legion expansion. I think that is so fascinating. Could you imagine playing an MMO where, like, depending on what you chose, your character would over time have to like manage something? So, like, for example, if you are more into melee, so let's say you were doing warrior or some kind of like, you know, hand and I don't know, like hand-to-hand combat kind of individual, you would have to deal with, you know, incurred damage to bone, right, over time. And then magic users would have to deal with addiction to magic. I think that's so cool. I think that's a really cool thing. But definitely when I ran my cinematic into this area, they didn't mention it, so they must have removed it. Yes, right. Right. There were tons of transformations during that one section of lore that led up to Warcraft 3, but I don't think it was actually in Warcraft 3, but it was leading up to Warcraft 3.
The few surviving Blood Elves.
By the way, I played the zone and I loved the aesthetic of the zone.
You must master your thirst for magic and help shape the destiny of your people.
Were there any characters that stood out in the zone and made me remember them? No.
I remember the temple as it used to be, a place of worship. I prayed within its chambers.
Every time I see tendrils coming out of somebody's body, I think Cthulhu and I think Lovecraft. I wonder, do you think World of Warcraft is eradicating its connections to Lovecraftian stuff because Lovecraft is bad now?
And meditated among its gardens. I was happy then, at peace. I remember too the day the orcs came. The day marked by cries of war and torrents of blood. When terrified women and children huddled in darkened corners. I led many to safety, but many more paid the ultimate price.
Oh, that's cool. We get to see, like, basically the mom of some kid get beheaded. The Lovecraft stuff is too heavily ingrained. It can't be removed. Yeah, well, that's good then, right? Aren't all old gods Lovecraft inspired? Is that it? Oh, okay. So can someone answer this? Does chat think? Right. Okay. The writers are trying to bring the cosmic lore to the forefront, but without an Yuri to connect us to the exposition. Yeah, so one thing that is great about Urianger is that he covers the big picture stuff, but has anyone noticed that whenever Y'shtola or Urianger, and actually Graha to a certain degree as well, whenever they talk about their lore section, right, that they're thinking about, it's still, they make it personal to a certain degree. Like they tie it, the writers are very careful to take those big issues and make it a personal thing as well. So like there's a certain section, this is not spoilery for Simulacrum. There's a certain point where Urianger is theorizing about Azim and its relationship, the seat of Azim and our character and their relationship to Azema and the Azim step. And this, of course, had me thinking hard, right? This was a red herring, and Urianger, it had me questioning some of my theories leading up through the post stuff in Endwalker. And Urianger is theorizing, and what I like is he was asking a big lore question. He was giving his best approximation of an answer, which is not correct, but it is made personal because it's about our character and how people may have enshrined the seat of Azim, which is our character. Akama. There's a short story about that battle that includes an assault, and they recently wrote it out. Warcraft is like 30% Lovecraft. Can't get away from it. Okay. Bloodborne is one of the greatest ever games. Very heavy Lovecraft. I played 5 minutes of Bloodborne. And I loved 5 minutes of it. I actually bought it so that my brother could play it on my PS4. and he did, in fact, enjoy what he could, but he didn't live with me at that time, so on and so forth. So he was never able to finish it, I don't think. The Old Gods are aesthetically Lovecraftian, but without the cosmic horror. Oh, that's a shame. So for me, the big thing about Lovecraft is the cosmic horror. I think the cosmic horror is the fun part about Lovecraft, honestly. Yeah, we went from micromanagement in classic to macro game and retail dealing with cosmic forces. Yeah, the diegetic lore master. Now, not everyone enjoys Urianger. Urianger, however, gets some of the most poetic lines ever. So is there a cosmic horror sense from the old gods? Like, are they so massive and unknowable that you get freaked out? So far, they seem to be like normal sized models, but was it because the lore video we watched just made them look small? How do the old gods lack cosmic horror? Yeah, Ben. Urianger loves, well, I should say Party loves Urianger. He's Party's favorite for sure. Okay, so they are massive. Okay, so that's one tick. Because one tick for the cosmic horror is the size. The second is the unknowingness of it. In fact, to fully really achieve cosmic horror from a Lovecraftian perspective, I think the point of it is that you can't know it all, or you can't see it all, but you know that it all exists. You've just seen their minions. Okay. The eye of an old god was the final boss of a raid. That is crazy. Okay. So technically speaking, they have a lot of links to being cosmic horrors. Um, in the sense that they're very large in size. They might be largely unknowable. Another thing for me reading Lovecraft, a large portion of links to the cosmic horror is that it's dark or gruesome or not ugly is too demeaning. But it's a horror, right? Like it's horrifying. Yeah. Yeah, it's like you're walking through like black tar on something that you think is a planet, but it's actually the back of a big beast. And so there's this aspect of it's so massive our minds can't comprehend it. Yeah, I think part of the problem with cosmic horror or writing about cosmic horror or showing cosmic horror is that if you see cosmic horror, you can label it and then it becomes noble and therefore it loses its unheimlich. It loses its horror. So if you're going to show cosmic horror, that you would have to show very little of it. Wooly, it's hard to experience horror when you know you will beat their noodly appendages and loot them for armor pieces. This is a tough one, yeah. But you know what? Do we need to expect cosmic horror to make the old gods work as being still very Cthulhu-ian? And the answer is no. Like, we could have a halfway point, right? WoW is and was intended to be a modern fantasy. I could tell that when I was playing the early zone and someone used the word okay in their dialogue. That immediately told me that I am not playing elevated high fantasy. So I'm not expecting everything to have that exact one-to-one. So to expect that out of WoW, I think is unfair. That's not what they were intended. But I just can't help feeling like they have that tinge of Lovecraftian, that darkness, which is good. But if they try to explain it away too much or show too much, they run the risk of removing that, is my guess. Mm-hmm. Right. Okay. So Ruzi is pointing out that in one dungeon, the final boss, a minion of an old one, made you kill copies of the rest of your party. And sure, as a player, you know they're copies, but the concept is there. Yeah. So there's actually a moment in a certain Endwalker raid where copies of players, of limited amounts of players, are made. That was very fun. Whenever I see my own character, I'm like, a cat boy enlarged. So sexy. Does it make me scared? No. But that raid is not intended to be Cthulhian at all. When we were vanilla players, they were horrifying. Okay, see, this is fair. Once again, we're looking at it from the past, so like now things have changed and that can affect how we visualize them, right? But clearly, from just watching these cinematics, I get the sense that things had this Cthulhu, or let's say this Lovecraftian aspect to them. Whispering items. Okay. All right.
That day, my beloved sanctuary became the Black Temple. There, the Orc war.
Even the music is very unsettling.
Magic that corrupted the land.
Oh, that's not good.
Do
not do this, Gul'dan. Bear witness to the undeniable power of our Dark Master. Destroy us all.
This is like
even
Lovecraft-like, but it's still fun. Still fun. Still good. It's
my
fine.
people were unable to find a lasting sanctuary.
Oh dear, refugees.
I remember the armies of demons that swept down on us like a plague. During these dark times,
build a wall.
The wind cold, Megtheridon made the temple his home. Then came Illidan.
Oh no, Demon Juicer Man.
Betrayer.
Oh no.
The enemy of my enemy.
Megtheridon lures scores of hapless demons through them daily.
Then we must seal them permanently.
We helped him seal the portals of Outland and cut off the Legion's reinforcements. We fought with renewed strength, and together we reclaimed our sacred ground. I think part of me knew, even then, that the Black Temple had only traded one evil master for another.
Oh. I like that imagery of the camera looking up, and we have Illidan kind of on the edge, right? Did anyone here like get like Night on Bald Mountain kind of vibes? You know what I mean? There is this kind of sense of like they made a pact with the devil so that they could reclaim their homeland. But this is a whole new thing. Saruman vibes. Yeah, this is on top of Isengard. Old WoW is a heavy metal album cover. New WoW ain't that. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, that's the vibe that I'm getting from all of these old cinematics is like, once again, I need to clarify for myself and for everyone else, when we look at stuff like this, we need to recognize that this isn't intended to be high art. This is intended to be consumed and enjoyed on a very basic level by a large group of people. And in my opinion, so far, I feel like they're hitting the nail on the head. They have the Lovecraftian vibe while still being very, very accessible for, people who might not want to read Lovecraft. They have this kind of dark, gritty vibe, and they have this, I don't know, this world where characters are making mistakes or making decisions out of necessity, and there's long-term ramifications that could affect them. And this is really cool if to a certain degree, because it's almost like a book where you're reading about other people and the lives that they're leading, and you can place yourself in their shoes and you can walk those experiences with them. The only problem is, because none of these cutscenes have the player's character in them, when you're in a game, I think there's a different vibe, because you're playing a game, which means there's your story. And so far, WoW has these great narrative beats, but even though playing the game would make you feel more connected to what is going on, looking at it from the outside in, this is not compelling for someone who wants to feel like their character matters. Because from the outside looking in, looking at a cinematic like this, you feel like you're just standing on the sidelines. But once again, as I've been told by people, by playing the game, you would get that sense of immersion and investment. Um, yeah. But so far, I've been enjoying a lot of these scenes. Like this scene here is, yeah, it's giving me like Night on Bald Mountain. It's giving me the Sauron vibe. Honestly, WoW was better when your character didn't matter. Well, I would say, from the outside looking in so far, Ruzinus, WoW's narrative was coherent in this older period of time. Right? It was coherent in the sense that, looking from the outside in, you could see the story beats and the story plot moving in a specific direction that made sense and felt less contrived and more driven by people being people and not making a point or trying to do something cool just to be cool as a creative or whatever. So it feels a bit more genuine at this stage. It feels like a real story. But the problem is, and maybe this is me once again, like I mentioned this in my Rings of Power video, I one time said to my friend Emmy Chan, and I said it to my brother JM, and I said to them, like, why can't games have good stories? And they both said to me, a game doesn't always have to have a good story. And I remember like molding for at least a good month or two. I was like, what do you mean? It can't have, like, it doesn't need a good, what? Right? My view on a game requiring a good story was too narrow, perhaps. And that was something I had to reassess. Now we come to this situation, right? So we have a game where we are watching a story from the sidelines. And this is where I think my vision about gaming in general might be too broad, in the sense that I always got the sense that when you play a video game, your character is forming the story, or driving the story. And with WoW, this is a game where your character is on the sidelines just watching the story happen around you. And I'm beginning to realize that maybe, once again, I'm too broad and I need to allow for games that are too narrow. I need to allow for games that aren't about your story but are about someone else's story. The only problem is that it kills my investment as a gamer. It kills my investment a little bit. And that's a personal thing. That may be entirely subjective and cannot be an objective criticism. It may simply be what I look for when I play a narrative game. And on top of that, I would add that increasingly, as I've increasingly been watching these things unfolding and as I've talked with chat, I've come to the conclusion that WoW is actually, in spirit, closest to Elden Ring and not Final Fantasy. And so if, in my opinion, the writers wanted to improve WoW, they should probably lean into the Elden Ring and not Final Fantasy. So Rosina says, I mean, WoW was like a world, not a story. You found your own stories in it. Yeah, so this is like Elden Ring. Okay, so this is where I'm saying maybe WoW made a mistake. So even though I just said I don't naturally enjoy, right? I don't naturally enjoy a story where I have to find my own stories, right? I've shared this already with chat that I am someone who struggles with experiencing life to begin with. That I don't find joy with exploring necessarily or experiencing. I enjoy it through secondhand experiencing. So for me, 14 fits a bit more because my character is part of that story and I'm working through it that way in a linear kind of fashion. Whereas World of Warcraft and Elden Ring is more about exploring the world and interacting with the elements of the world to get the full story. And that's a whole other way of experiencing life. It's a whole other way of experiencing games. And I don't think it's bad. It's just very, very different. And maybe when WoW switched to you being a main character, maybe it kind of lost that ability to have that old, more, I don't know. Am I making sense? Maybe I'm not making sense. I need to write it down. I need to write all of this shit down. And then I can analyze my own thoughts again I should not be talking about this. At this stage, I'm just rambling. I don't even know if I'm making logical sense here. So chat, if I'm not making logical sense, call me out, okay? Because I do really appreciate your feedback on this one. I'm trying to work through this feeling that I'm getting that if WoW is shifting to we're the main character, then I feel like WoW has to fully commit to a linear, non-contrived narrative, more like 14, And if they want to do an arc, they have to get an architectural writer in there. They cannot screw around and make things up as they go along, because that's just not going to, it's going to be so hard. You're going to do extra work in an already iterative industry. So I would say go back to your Elden Ring roots. Go back to doing what you were doing here, and lean into all of the Lovecraftian, gory, dark, gothic, nitty gritty tropes. And yeah, I don't know. But once again, this is me from the outside. I am going to be working through various zones, and I will do my best to. I want to give it my all. Okay, let's keep going. We're going to try for another 10 to 20 minutes of this video. So I'm trying to do like 20 to half an hour chunks. Okay, so we got Illidan juicing up.
I prefer to remember the temple as it used to be, not the abomination it has become.
Oh dear, they've realized they messed up.
The burden of my misjudgment.
Shouldn't have.
But I have been patient. I have been waiting. And when the time is right, the betrayer will become the betrayed.
This
oh boy
was our land.
That is really cool. I like how it ends. It has that low-key ominous vibe going on. And Resist says, after all, there's still a massive sword in the planet, LOL. Sword? What sword? Yeah. So if Metzen is going to come out with something that's stable, there's a high chance they could go forward with a more linear narrative where the character is feeling like I'm part of the story, I'm driving the story, or I'm close to the heartbeat of the story. I think that's a viable way to go. But on the other hand, we're seeing here that something worked in the olden days with WoW, where the player was not front and center. Now, is it my preferred storytelling? No, not like it's not that I couldn't appreciate it. It's just a bit of a mind flip. It would just take a little while for me to go, oh, okay, this is how it is, right? That's fine. I can get used to that. The thing I think for me would be, is that story that we would be seeing from the outside looking in as the player, is that story making sense? So either way, they have to make sure the story makes sense. I kind of like how these people have formed a pact with Illidan, the demon juice daddy, and now they are regretting. But they're planning to betray him, perhaps. Maybe they plan to overthrow him or something. Good luck.
Trollland. We Amani was here before anyone. The elves and their alliance came to drive us out. But we never give up. We never forget.
The troll voices. Okay. Chat. Why am I getting like a Cockney? It's almost like Cockney meets like Jamaican. Does it sound like Caribbean to anyone? Yeah, maybe, Yella. I'm afraid to say what it is, but I expect one of these guys to be like, sun is shining, weather is clear. You know what I mean? That is Wilden. Okay, let's keep going. I'm assuming that's the human king. Is it Anduin? No, not Anduin. Tyr something? Nath Trollbane. To the rescue here. Yalla. Oh, Yella, someone has to do that. They should do it. They should have like a troll dancing in their zone to that. Wakandan. Wait, what? No. Oh, Shay, is that a joke or real? I can't tell right now. But if it's a joke, it's funny. If it's real, it still might be funny. Okay, so this is a flashback from Warcraft 2. Or, no, it happened. It happened! Well, maybe there's a cinematic for that. Okay. So these are trolls.
Elves took my eye.
Oh. Oh. Why didn't they just take his life?
I cut off my own arm to escape him.
Oh.
And now, they fight alongside the Horde? I spit on the Horde! I hate you. I hate you all. But I got a surprise for you now.
Oh.
So
okay.
Come on in.
No. No. I'm like in a furry fever dream. I took DMT and I now see this.
Diamani never give up. We never forget. We never.
And they call Final Fantasy XIV a furry game. What? This is a capoeira dance. Not much story here, to be honest. Excuse to kill strong bosses and get loot. Capoeira. Yeah. Capoeira. Okay. Well, that was interesting. Now, I'm going to be frank. Like, I love archaeology. And I love learning about ancient cultures and things. So having flashbacks or like stuff that's inspired by ancient civilizations, I think is phenomenal. Like the Sumerians, the Aztecs, the Mayans, the Incans, the ancient peoples that made, that lived in the Indus Valley, stuff like that. I love that kind of stuff. This is Wilden, though. Like, I feel like I took DMT. Okay, trolls are very Aztec, blood sacrifices included, Haitian voodoo. Oh my gosh, yeah. I'm getting it with this blue guy over here. I'm getting definite Aztec vibes here. But then there are like glimpses of like Caribbean or Haitian very very like shamanistic witch doctor kind of stuff. Okay.
Never die.
Now, this also a playable race? Like I could technically play a troll, technically? Did anyone in chat ever play a troll?
This is our land.
Wakandan and Aztec.
You wanna stay?
You can be a troll druid. Okay. You know, if we're talking about vibes, I'm going to be frank, although I think the accents are funny. I do actually like the color of this green. So aesthetically speaking, I find this very, very nice to look at, bizarrely enough. A dark spear troll. They finally got shoes. But not for free. Troll gods are called Loa. Interesting. With some exceptions, WoW is colorful.
You stay here forever. We're gonna bury you.
So, okay, so this is a patch. This is patch content. Okay, I understand this. I understand what patches are now. So this is Zulaman? So this would be setting up a person, and like Wooly said, you would go in and you would spank them.
Yeah.
Okay.
A sacred fount of untold power.
Okay, this is
It
something else.
saturated every fiber of our being.
Uh-huh.
In the warmth of its glow, we thrived.
Blood elf?
Until the shadow of death fell upon us.
Blood elf? Or night elf? Dark elf? Blood elf? Are they coming for the tree? Or the well? Uh-oh, people are dying. It's like Lord of the Rings. No! Oh my gosh. Folks, did you see that? There was like a blood spatter. Blood elves. Yes! I'm beginning to recognize things. Okay, so it's blood elves, and they're coming for the well, not the tree. Arthas and the Scourge coming for the Sunwell. Okay. The Scourge is coming for the Sunwell, yes. Okay, so this would be the people in the north sitting up there with Arthas in the icy cold. They've come down, and they're here for the Sunwell, not the tree. The Sunwell. Oh dear. Too many people did it.
Only after the Sunwell's destruction did we realize how dependent we'd become upon its magic.
Uh-oh. Got a whole bunch of cracked out magic meth users who are like, I need a hit, and now they're screwed. They actually just need to throw Kel'Thuzad's ashes into it to res him. Oh, I have faint memories of that from that one lore video, which corrupts it and forces the Black Elves to destroy it. Yeah. Yeah. This is from the Undead campaign. Okay.
Which we needed to feed. In the wake of our devastation,
Yeah.
I named our people Cinderai, Blood Elves. My people turned to me for answers. I promised them a cure. Strangely, we found deliverance in the demon Illidan.
Oh no.
Illidan offered new sources of arcane power.
Oh no.
And so I joined him in Outland, pledging to return one day to lead our people to glory.
Oh no.
But Illidan's agenda was short-sighted. I grew impatient. In secret, I began harvesting what energies I could. I had a brief taste of true power. Before it was taken from me. But all is not lost. The Sunwell's essence endured, kept hidden by those...
Okay, I need to pause here for a second. Okay? So let's go back just a little bit here. So first off, I really find it hilarious that Demon Juicer is back again, seducing yet another helpless race. But this time the race is almost as sociopathic as the demon juicer. So, that's funny. That's hilarious. But what I find so interesting, so I'm thinking about it from an MMO perspective, you got a player base, right? And one of the races that you can play is clearly cracked out on magic, and they are capable and willing to do anything for their cracked out magic. So, like, how. So, for our peers, this would be phenomenal, right? To play cracked out people on magic who are like sociopathic and everyone's out for them, like they're out for their own whatever. But in terms of making, like, if you as an MMO wanted to lean into your lore and give it proper due within the game's mechanics, like, it's just not doable, right? Because then you would have people legitimately unwilling to party up, let's say, with blood elves or whatever, or some other thing, right? So you have these two alliances. You got the Horde and you have the not Horde, the Alliance, I suppose, right? You have these two groups, the Horde and the Alliance. So you have some attempt to group players into larger groups for partying, for doing MMO stuff. But I feel like is it like, I have a question. As time went on, what do you think was compromised more to make the MMO work? The lore or the gameplay mechanics? Okay, so they had to actually put into the lore. Oh, yeah, sure, Yella. Sorry. So here's my thing, right? Let's say you're doing, I think WoW here is trying to push something that I think is really fascinating and laudable to a certain degree, okay? They're trying to create intense division between racial factions, okay? So let's do a Final Fantasy 14 equivalent. A Realm Reborn, we have these different tribes, and one race of people that we really dislike are the Garleans. And it would be like the if we allowed the Garleans to be a playable race, unless you created a miniature story to explain why there is a group of Garleans who are reasonable and can play with all of the other Eorzean people, right? Most Garleans don't have magical powers, so they would have to be a melee class, for example. But on top of that, they would be opposed to working alongside primals. We are actually opposed to working alongside most primals, but we will let some primals continue, like Ramu and Phoenix, for example. But I guess what I'm trying to suggest is that if Garleans were a playable race at the start, there would be a natural divide within the player base, but you can make that work for the most part. But the problem is, from the sounds of it, even amongst the Horde or even amongst the Alliance, there were sub issues. Like, there were issues amongst certain groups and things. And so over time, you would have to resolve some of those issues to make sense for the players to be interacting with other racial groups, or you would just ignore it. So, or gameplay would become unplayable. And so I think WoW was trying to do something really cool by having all of this intensely divisive narrative plots between races that players could play. And I think that is really cool. But it makes me wonder if that could ever be fully realized as an MMO. Like, what does chat think? Do you think that could ever be fully realized as an MMO? Because an MMO is social by nature, and if you have too much in one group, if there's too much horde or too much alliance, and that's only two groups, right? What if it was broke down into like 3 or 4 different factions? Like, an MMO wouldn't survive, would it? What does everyone think? They did, and they've been trying to undo it since Mist of Pandaria, and then seemed to regret it. Interesting, Shay. Okay. Garlean race added, new class, Magicless Scrub. Yeah, they're just like your most basic fighter. The player base remains very divided racially despite Blizzard's attempts to undo it. Yeah. I mean, can you blame the player base though, right? This is what they've been raised with. I hated the Blood Elves in TBC. I never wanted paladins with the Horde. The Alliance got access to shamans through Draenei as well as with TBC. I really didn't like that development. WoW did become not unplayable, but racially lopsided. The Horde outnumbers the Alliance dramatically. So, Wooly, this is the weird, funny thing. Like, without context, in my early, like, watching Asmongold days, I watched a video of Asmongold trying to do a raid as a paladin. Well, he wasn't a paladin, he was something else. He was with the Alliance, and McConnell was a paladin, I think. And they were trying to form a party in Alliance to do a specific raid, and they couldn't form even half, if I recall correctly. This was around the time that he, or maybe before, just before he was, I'm not sure the time. So I just wonder, WoW was attempting, I think, to do something really cool, right? Instead of having all the races be friends, they were attempting to have true divisions, and then at some point they had to kind of transform that so the player base could lore wise play together. But I wonder if an MMO could ever truly have extremely divisive factions, like if an MMO could survive or not. Oh, Shay, good point. Warhammer? Okay. So Warhammer would have truly divisive factions, right? Factions that would always be out for each other and would on occasion party up, let's say enemy of my enemy kind of situation. I just wonder, would it work as an MMO though? Like, maybe MMOs can't truly ever handle this? Ah, okay. WoW was supposed to be Warhammer. Warhammer backed out, so Blizz pulled a Thanos and said, fine, I'll do it myself. Okay. Interesting. Okay, so yeah. ESO tried 3 factions but doesn't really commit to it. Okay, license issues. Everyone, could you imagine if Warhammer did an MMO? and they just committed. But eventually it would probably be like New World, where everyone would just all group into a single corporation or guild or whatever, because no one actually really wants to fight. The only people who want to fight 24/7 with people are already in a game. It's called EVE Online or EVE Echoes. I'm just wondering if it requires too much out of players for an MMO that most MMOs can't cope with that kind of division. Yeah, Stark divides are self-cannibalizing. Ben says he'd played the Warhammer MMO. I just wonder if they would also have to figure out ways to manage the division, because I'm just wondering if it's even possible to sustain. So in EVE Echoes and in EVE Online, you have usually like maybe 2 to 3 mega alliances, and then you'll have a bunch of smaller people just trying to like survive in nullsec. But the Pareto, is it the Pareto principle? Is it the Pareto Matthew 3:16 principle thing? You know what I'm talking about? The Matthew principle, where like patterns within the universe tend to accumulate. Well, so far I'm really enjoying Caiaphas Cain. So I think I would enjoy a Warhammer MMO. I just don't know burrito or burrito. My burrito days are over. So in 14, there are tribes that are divided. And so you will always have a good Ixali, and then you have the bad Ixali. You'll have the good Sahagin, and then you have the bad Sahagin. You'll have the good Numo, you'll have the bad Numo. You'll have the now some tribes are all good or neutral. Like the Pixies are fairly chaotic neutral. The Seto birds, the Amano birds are all good as far as I can tell. But most tribes that will have usually some good folks, and then there are the bad folks, like the Nanta. And that is how the game allows you to fight some of the tribes. And then there are the tribes who are more reasonable, who reach out to you, and you can do quests with those NPCs. So my feeling is, like in 14, they have a way to have these NPCs have an incredibly divided world, but the player base is all singular. It's all singular. So 14 is not pushing the boundary here. Let's all not kid ourselves. And it doesn't have to. Once again, I'm not suggesting WoW should be pushing the boundaries here. But it feels like they were trying at one point to lean into this division. Oh, good night, Mirokos. Have a good rest. And hopefully your tomorrow starts really well. As WoW's story becomes more cosmologically focused, there's a huge emphasis on the 6 cosmological forces and their 6-way lore, and a lot of players want to see redone factions based on that war. Interesting. Okay. Yeah, I'm just wondering if it's possible. And I'm leaning towards Wooly. Wooly said, since the top 1% will always optimize the fun out of every game, and Wooly is correct, and the top 29% will follow the 1%, I believe like this is very true. Stark divides are self-cannibalizing. I just think like the MMO generally wouldn't be able to handle it, but you know, here we go. So we've got this weird, once more, feeling like I'm
before it was taken from me. But all is not lost. The Sunwell's essence endured, kept hidden by those who sought to protect it. Now, I have returned with the knowledge that sacrifices must be made before we can reclaim our birthright.
Oh dear.
I have
Sacrifices.
forged a new alliance. Soon, the blessed rays of the Sunwell will shine once again and usher into this world the one who will deliver us all.
Okay. Let's see. Okay. Who are our bad people that we have on hand? We have Illidan. We have Archimedes, and we have Sargeras. And we have Calthazad. But Calthazad was the creation of what happened in Sunwell, so it wouldn't be Calthazad. So I'm not looking at chat. Who are the Blood Elves reaching out to? Okay, I'm gonna see. Can I remember? No, I can't remember the lore video. It feels like a dream. Who would they reach out to? I know that. Oh, would it be Archimedes? Or there was that third guy, right? That third guy who didn't sign on or whatever. Let's see. Okay, I'm gonna look. Kael'thas, and that's Kil'jaeden being suggested there. It's Kil'jaeden, the third guy. Oh, good music, Stankface. Welcome in. Kil'jaeden. Okay, so isn't Kil'jaeden one of the ones who there was like three people, and Kil'jaeden was not one of the ones that agreed or something like that? Okay, so we got the leader of the Blood Elves hooking up with Kil'jaeden. For reasons. Yeah, this is going to be fine. Fury of the Sunwell. That must have been rad. That's probably... Oh, no. Oh, we're back to... Oh, this is Arthas.
My son, the day you were born, the very forests of Lordaeron whispered the name Arthas.
Uh-oh, you waking up? La, 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 la. Go. Oh my gosh, I'm getting chills. I love snow biomes. And yes, I'm a Canadian, but I can't help it. Look at the detail on his armor with all of the death faces and the skull imagery. Like, you can tell. Like, you take this picture, you look at it, you're like, skull, 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 spiky. This is like the Witch King of Angmar. So beautiful. Oh, so good. Let's go back, because like even the first boot that you see here, where is it? Right there, skull. Like crazy. So number 1, snow biome. Number 2, the design of this character is phenomenal. Number 3, the music is they got like a high voice in there. This is like Tolkien to the max. It feels elevated. It feels impactful. Okay, let's keep watching. And the detail of the fur, So gorgeous. Yes, glacier. Underneath there, frozen people. It's gonna punch down. Oh no!
My child, I watched with pride as you grew into a weapon of righteousness. Remember, our line has always ruled with wisdom and strength. And I know you will show restraint when exercising your great power.
Oh, he is punching down. What with his sword? It's probably gonna wake up something. It's gonna be a dragon. Oh. What do you know? Definitely huge. Is it just a whole bunch of army? No. No, it looks like... It is a dragon. It is a dragon. It's blue eyes. White dragon. Yo, dragon. What, skeleton? Okay. Blue eyes.
But the truest victory, my son, is stirring the hearts of your people.
Uh-huh.
I tell you this, for when my days have come to an end, you shall be king.
But no king is forever. I love it. I love it. And I want to talk a little bit about why I really like the cinematic. Beyond, obviously, we got beautiful artwork. We have this phenomenal dragon thing. We got the sense that something's sleeping underneath. Once again, this isn't Cthulhu per se. This isn't Lovecraftian per se, but it has that vibe of like the unknown, the hidden emerging, and what is hidden is the shadow. It's the darkness, right? The shadow of the soul. The in many ways you could maybe argue that the dragon he releases here is a metaphor for what he is going to unleash on the world, or what is part of his darker nature. But what I really liked about this cinematic, for me as a writer, from a writer's perspective, is the man who's talking over, which would be his dad, right? And the reason why I liked it is because these are the words of a father who is giving his son this wisdom, right? This passing on of knowledge about how to be a good ruler, how to be a good king, how to be a good man. But it's being juxtaposed against what we're actually seeing, which is in many ways the mirror opposite, or the reversal to a certain degree. But not reversal in the sense he's doing opposite. He's technically representing his new people, because right here we're seeing this huge army with his new people, and so to a certain degree it's not even a reversal in the sense of like he's going against what his dad's saying. He's just doing it in for the undead, or whatever he's representing. So it's really, yeah. Did you like Warcraft 3? Come play Wrath of the Lich King, the cinematic. Yeah. It does feel like it's following right on Warcraft 3, Wooly. I now see what you're saying. Like, if you play Warcraft 3, you're going to really care about this particular character, What are you doing, my son? Succeeding you, father. Yeah. Yeah, no wonder it sold like ice cream. Best villain you can hope for. WoW never had more subscriptions than during Wrath of the Lich King. And I think part of it as well is people like to see. There are two tropes: people succeeding, right? Everyone loves that. I personally am a huge I'm a closet idealist. So I love the hero's journey and growth into a hero, but at the same point in time, there's something really powerful about the tragic hero or um the reversed hero, um or the anti-hero sometimes as well, but they're not the same. um so Hamlet, Light in Death Note, although I thought Light was insufferable, the role that Light plays in Death Note is a morality tale about pride. Um, and so I think a lot of people enjoy that kind of, yeah, they can really enjoy that kind of a story. The struggle of father and son that every male can relate to. Yeah, yeah. Yeah, it just looks and sounds very polished, and it sounds very powerful. And I have to say, like, I love the music as well. I have the music on my phone. Um and if you like, let's see here, Invincible, Wrath of the Lich King theme. Um, there is. This is the one that I've watched. Um, but this a cappella one is really pretty in the monks in the church, and there was a uh, this one, Scar Productions, Invincible, Arthas, My Son. That was phenomenal as well. I love that. That one was really nice. Arthas theme Arhu cover. Open link in new tab. I love the Arhu. So yeah. I feel like there was another one that I saw, but oh, Marco reacted to this one. Ooh, I love Marco. Slowed and reverb. That probably sounds wild. Anyway, okay, back to cinematic. With Phil, one of the few streamers I watch. With Phil? Which one? Grimcat, Elliot, Tron, Scar. Polish and proud. I could imagine, I can see why Polish people would love this. He and Marco broke down Arthas cinematic and Invincible just recently together. Oh, really? That's awesome. I love Marco. He's a great guy. He's really fun to watch. But yeah, that's a beautiful cinematic, and I can see why all of the boys and girls rushed out, wanted to buy that right away. Um, it's a very metal cinematic, very very powerful. And did you notice how like the whole language was also very elevated? Once again, that that's something that they could lean into and go for if they can get the right writers in. I heard Death Knight like everyone was a Death Knight. And I remember Asmongold saying Death Knight was broken. Apparently it was very good to play. Everyone wanted to play it. But I guess it's not good anymore? Question mark? I don't know. At some point, I guess
That's what you once
bouncing.
were. You stood boldly against the shadow and purchased another dawn for the world with your life. But the evil you fought is not so easily banished. The victory you claimed, not so easily held. For now, the specter of death looms above the world yet again, and it has found new champions to bring about its final
We've seen
way.
this before.
Knights of darkness, wielding runes of death and destruction, bound by the will.
I guess
of
this
the
is the
Lich
intro
King.
scene for Death Knights.
This is the hour of their ascension. This is the hour of your dark rebirth.
Rebirth. This is like honest trailers.
Take the lead! For Morderon! For the Alliance! Back, you mindless wretches!
What?
Fight on, brothers!
Rise up, sons of the Horde! Blood and glory await us! Luntargar! For the Horde!
Oh no.
I was
If you're
wondering
flanked.
if you'd show up.
Oh
I
no?
couldn't let the Alliance
Wait,
have
what?
all the fun today.
Wait, what? Oh, okay, I'm getting it now. Okay. So the first cinematic was obviously introducing Death Knights, I'm presuming, right? Okay, so I was right. Death Knight. Death Knight starting intro. It's all but an accident that a boy pre-voice breaking sung those lines. Yeah, they got a young boy to sing those lines, right? There was a boy that sang for the Lord of the Rings stuff as well. Why not? Lean into it. Boys have very beautiful voices. Has anyone here ever looked up what happened to the castrati? Has anyone done the research on that one other than me? I went down a black hole. Well, I say black hole. I went down a rabbit hole. It was a black hole. But it started out with what's head voice for males, how to do falsettos for males. It was research for a book for myself, one of mine that I'm working on. And then I went down into this rabbit hole that ended up in a black hole. But I started with male voices, falsettos, and how to develop one as a male, which you can do, by the way. It just takes a lot of practice. And then I was like, okay, so there's apparently a recording of a castrati from like the 1900s, but when he was later in his career, so it's not as great. But anyway, so I was like, okay, so castrati was, I knew that they were a thing, but how did this happen? And then I went down into a horrific thing. So I went down into how did they castrate these boys? By the way, it involved usually a tub of ice. Let's just say that. It sounded like torture. And there's no way, like, yeah, some kids might have an idea of what they want to do, but some of these kids did not. I was like, I oh my gosh. Anyway. It was horrific. But then I was like, no, this is not enough. This is not enough because then I was like, okay, what about eunuchs? So then I read up on the last Chinese eunuch. If you wanna get depressed and feel grateful about your life and how your life has gone, just Google last Chinese eunuch. Also horrific story. Um and just terrible. So anyway, but yes, boys have very pretty voices, and we should encourage boys to sing, but we should not be pursuing castrati or eunuchs, especially against their will. It's so gross. Okay, so now that we left Death Knight and boy castratis, now let's go into the next scene. So the next scene we have here, let's play it. So next scene we have here is, and I totally could see this coming, right? So we have Arthas's group. I'm assuming these are all the good guys. These are the Alliance, probably a bunch of paladins. They're going in for the Scourge. That would be Arthas's group, I assume. And then this is like Battle of the Five Armies kind of situation, or like probably more similar to like the first War of the Ring, you know what I mean, where men, elves, and other races fought together to take down Sauron initially with Gil-galad and Isildur. So we got these, and this was a situation where I was like, oh no, the Alliance is going to get flanked. And then they were like, haha, no, we're friends. We will fight together. I never thought I'd be fighting side by side with a... Okay, so obviously now they are working together, clearly. Because the Horde, the Scourge is too powerful. Wrathgate cinematic where Bolvar becomes what he is and Sylvanas throws someone under the bus. Okay. Just me, Wooly? Is it just me? No one else has looked this up? There were still a lot of eunuch singers in the 20s and 30s. Yeah, so they actually got one of those singers, Yalla, on like a gramophone or recording. They actually recorded one of the last eunuchs. Very, very interesting and also kind of sad. How did eunuchs come up? Boy singers for Wrath of the Lich King leads to castrati, leads to eunuchs, leads to tubs of water, and yeah. Helm's Deep. Yeah, Helm's Deep was another one. Yeah. Okay, let's see what else happens here. Okay. Oh no. What is this? For the Horde!
I was wondering if you'd show up. I couldn't let the Alliance have all the fun today.
Oh my lord. Okay, not to shit on WoW here, but even that line, like, you go from a cinematic with Arthas's dad talking on a certain kind of level, and then you have an orc being like, I didn't want you to have all the fun today. So it's almost like it's bipolar sometimes with the writing.
Arthas! The blood of your father, of your people, demands justice! Come forth, coward, and answer for your crimes!
Okay, you're gonna come out. Nope. Yep.
You speak of justice, of cowardice. I will show you the justice of the grave and the true meaning of fear.
Enough talk! Let it be finished!
Oh. Your sword is broken. Oh boy. Bet on his soul.
You will pay for all the lives you've stolen,
Soul
traitor!
time.
Boldly stated, but there is nothing.
Soul stealing time.
What? Did you think we had forgotten? Did you think we had forgiven? Behold now the terrible vengeance of the Forsaken.
Oh. Okay. Yeah, this is Battle of the Three. Wow. This isn't over. Sounds like a tune from
All can
I'll
see.
get you next
This
time,
is
Gadget!
the hour of the Forsaken.
Okay, that came out of nowhere, but wonderful.
We're finished. No escape for any of us.
Sylvanas is like, Is this the Eagles? No. Oh, it's the Dragons, which is basically Dragons come in. Now they're burning everything. I can't even. I don't even. I can't even. Yeah, this is an engine, Ruzi, clearly. This is clearly an engine. And it's fine, right? Like, there's nothing wrong with having something in engine. I'm a Final Fantasy XIV player. Almost all of the trailers, except for the expansion pack trailers, like the expansion trailers, almost all the trailers are in engine, right? So I don't need it to be like looking good all the time. The Black Gate of Mordor. The cinematic is 90% Lord of the Rings. Yes. Dargons. Dragons, yes. So obvious. Reds are the life dragons. They were sealing the dead to the powers of life so they couldn't be raised as undead if something happened. Okay. So let me get this straight with this scene. Okay. We're going to, while I play this back, so this probably will be our last scene for the evening, but let's give it its due thing here. Okay. So we have these two forces, right? We have the Alliance and we have the Horde, and they are fighting the Scourge. The Scourge is Arthas's group. We also have the Forbidden, who decide to come out of nowhere and eradicate all three sides at one time while no one was watching. This is like if anyone's played Final Fantasy XIV PvP and you're on front lines, there's blue and there's yellow fighting each other. And then if you're smart and you're on the red team, you'll come in and you'll hopefully take out one group or another group or both, right? But the problem is like in this case, what the Forbidden did to the humans and the Horde, I understand. or the Forsaken, my apologies. The Forsaken, what they did to the humans in the Horde, I kind of get that because it's poison or it's like gases. That's fine. How would, do they have like an in-game explanation how that gas would work on the undead? Okay, so the blight could work affect the undead. So being undead does not save you from a plague. You could be undead, but you can still get Rona. So I kind of like this whole Mordor Blackgate stuff. I like Arthas coming out and being like, right? Very, very cool. Very, very like heavy and dramatic. Especially because the gates have the look of teeth closing, which is really awesome. And of course, Arthas's model in the game with his sword, which looks like it's screaming, also looks fantastic. And they make Arthas look huge, like even more huge. He just looks like he's a chonker, right? And this poor guy, he gets his soul sucked into the blade. Is that Bolivar? Is this guy that fell down, this troll person Bolivar? His sword is in the his soul is in the blade. Sarfang the Younger. Okay. If you pay attention while leveling a Forsaken, you know exactly where this new plague is from. Oh, really, Wooly? Okay. The human is Bolivar. Okay, so the human that dies amongst all of his people and then is burned to a crisp. Or has the appearance of being burned to a crisp. Yeah, Warcraft has always had this weird conceit where more important, powerful people are just bigger. Okay. Yeah, I know how that feels, right, Ruzi? You know how sad that is. They can't have like a small king come out in heavy armor. Lord forbid. Yeah, tons of lore behind the Blight from vanilla through BFA. Well, Shadowlands too. Don't worry, Ruzi. I think Ben is a small king as well. The Blight has a very long story and arc that, like, it's an effing character. You know, I'm okay with a Blight like this happening. I like the idea of you getting caught up in these forces and then being blindsided by this whack job, right? By Sylvanas, who's like, my people. It's like Dark Treebeard, right? I'm on nobody's side because nobody is on my side. So I kind of like that feeling. But let's all be real here, folks. That last line from Arthas was hilarious. I had to have a little bit of a laugh there. Because, you know, it's like, I'll get you next time, Gadget. Which is unfortunate. I wish they could just lean into it and just go like full elevation. But well. Very cool. Very, very cool. And then, okay, then we have this subversion. So I see this, I'm thinking eagles. So of course I'm thinking good things coming. And of course, as chat has told me, these are life dragons. They're doing the right thing. But you would think, oh, this is help. Help is coming. But it's not. Like, everything is a done deal now. And it's now mop-up time. So these dragons are basically, like, saving, like, balancing out the world. And we get this last, like, check this out. This is Wilden. This is great. So they come in, right? They're just setting everything on fire, which is fantastic. I love this. This is great. And then you just get this shot of everything burning. This is phenomenal. I love it. Very dark. It's kind of like, yes, these creatures might be good, but or might be doing things for a positive reason, but it still is very dark. Worm Rest Temple. Yeah, every comic villain every moment. By itself, this cutscene is so middle of nowhere, which is a dragon base of operations. Okay, so the dragons were kind of overseeing everything on. So we could say there was the Horde and the Alliance. They're looking at Arthas, but what those three groups of people don't know is that the Forsaken are looking at them, and the Forsaken don't know that the dragons are looking at everyone. In game, it follows a massive quest chain and leads to a really epic quest that follows up on it. Yeah, I imagine Ruzi watching this would be similar to watching um, a certain cutscene from Shadowbringers with a certain character that you fight, and you're watching the character saying, "Now let us show our true faces," right? I am Hades, right? And you might be thinking, okay, this is great, um, but it probably wouldn't have as much weight as if you played the game and then you saw who Hades was and you saw why Hades was fighting. So to a certain degree, I think I'm coming at it from the outside, so I can't appreciate 110% what's going on here. But in my defense as well, playing the game in a linear fashion that would be true to the story and would allow me to enjoy the game is almost impossible. And as it stands right now, the free trial is dog shit. It is shitty. Whereas Final Fantasy XIV just increased the free trial to like level 70. WoW is dicking around with the level 20 cap on free trial. It's insanity. Like, at least raise it to 50, yo. So anyhow, so it's kind of hard to experience some of this, trying to go back in. But Ruzi, I am actually playing a bit of WoW these days, just a little bit. I can't spend too much time because I have other stuff, but yeah. So this atrocity was committed in their view, so they jumped to try and help, and this is all they can do. Yeah, that's the feeling, Shay. Like, this is scorched earth tactics, and this is all they can do. It's like watching one scene from Lord of the Rings. It is literally like watching a scene from Lord of the Rings, but everything has been turned on its head to a certain degree. Well, the question at this moment is, did Sylvanas order this attack and betray the Horde? Yeah, that is a question because we don't see Sylvanas per se being like, attack them. Which we might ask again in the Shadowlands. You could totally play most of this, if not all of it, on the 20 cap. Let me check the current Wrath cap. 20 trial would take you up to this point, actually, which is about midway through the leveling process story. Okay, so all I have to do is go back into the WoW client and try to figure out a way to get to Chromie and then somehow get there. I don't even know how. I just wish it was a bit like Sim. Sim was a champ. Sim was there. He came in and he helped me find Chromie in Stormwind, or on the outskirts of Stormwind. But yeah, try to get out of the hell that is Tutorial Island. Yeah, I've done Tutorial Island one time. I will not go back there. No, sir. Don't get me wrong, I actually didn't mind the tutorial island overall. It was very nice. But it wasn't, yeah. If Alliance, there is a boat to Northrend, the Wrath of the Lich King setting from the Stormwind docks. Okay. There's a Zeppelin there if you're a horde. Okay. Okay. I'll try to keep all of these recommendations somehow in my head when I log back in. I want to cap out at 20, my blood elf, and then maybe I'll do another one, a third free trial thing, and then I'll try another approach. I just want to try out all of the opening zones, see what different things are, just explore, and then maybe at some point shell out for something. Yeah, yeah. I want to do Death Knight. I want to do the stuff that I really liked. I want to do the Purple Zone, which might be the goat people. Don't know what the goat people are called, but do the goat people, space goats. I'm not into goats, but yeah, do that. Draenei, exiled ones, former leader. Draenei, okay. Exiled ones. Okay. You know what? I'm going to stop the commentary on the WoW cinematic. Subscribe now. Yeah, subscriptions. If we go to the subscription page in Canadian, it's a lot. It's about $19 at one go, and I simply do not want to pay 12 months. That's a hell no for me. So I'm forced to pay around 20, like with tax, right? This is $18.99 without tax. I probably will have to pay like $20 to $22 for a month subscription. This is why I'm like, it just feels, it's hard. It's really hard. Yeah. Anyway. Oh, it's updating. What's sad is that that's a league skin these days. What's a league skin? Whoa, what the bleep? What the bleep, Wooly? What about? $20 for a skin in League of Legends? League of Legends. Well, didn't people hear the new drama about the $500 one? And I used to play this game called Love Nikki, and some of the suits in Love Nikki were upwards of 100 to 150 bucks. I hate that 3-day early access shit. What gets you early access? Epic gets you early access. Heroic gets you early access. What about base? Beta. Oh my lord. Pre-ordering the base version does not get you early access? Nani? Wait 1 second. Everyone knows what I'm going to be doing here. Just ignore my birth date, everyone. Okay, so let's do a standard edition. We won't do a digital collectors. Early access. So if you buy the base version of Dawn Trail, if you pre-order it, you get early access. If you buy the base version of World of Warcraft, pre-ordering, you do not get early access. How is that fair? Rosina in Japanese, Kori wa nan desu ka? Actually can read that, Rosina. Rosinus, Rusi. I can actually read it. Faker skin. Yeah, the Faker skin. I watched Asmongold react to the Faker drama from this guy who covers League drama, and I thought it was really terrible and sad. But I mean, this is the world we live in where having money is going to give you a leg up. It's a scummy corporate thing, yeah. Faker Oriana skin. Yeah, paying more, pre-ordering. Only Epic does. At least in 14's case, early access means 3 days early. Yeah, okay, so here's the thing. Early access, I think, for an MMO is damaging. For both 14 and for WoW, it feels unfair, right? However, if you're going to do it, right, so we got 33 days early access, and then there's beta access for WoW. So that's another problem. But let's ignore the beta access, okay? So let's just focus on this 3 days early access, okay? What's really unfair is Epic is the only version that has it. This is where I feel like this feels a bit crummy. Like, I understand, let's give beta access to Epic, sure. But you should be rewarding people who are buying your pre-ordering your game. You know what I mean? Do you see? Do people see? By the way, ordering the physical collector's edition also does not get you early access, even though it includes the digital Epic edition of the game. What? Something is screwy with your exchange rate. Wooly, so here's the dark reality right now of being a Canadian. Right now, I am being punished for being a Canadian, as far as I'm concerned. And by the way, this is true for Final Fantasy as well. I just need to make this clear. This $39.99, this looks fantastic, doesn't it? This $39.99 for my Canadian ass is actually $39.99 USD. So this looks different when it hits my bank account. Let's just say that. Right? This is going to hurt. This still hurts for me. But here's the thing. I can buy the standard edition, pre-order the Dawn Trail for, let's say, in Canadian. All right? So let's let's see where we're at. USD to CAD. So let's put in here. So this is 54 King US dollar. Our exchange rate is so shit. Oh, Trudeau, I hate you. Okay, well, the good news is that I will be paid a significant amount of money for a certain client. So if I get paid around, let's say I get paid around $1,500 for this order that I'm working on. Let's just say I get paid in US dollars. So it is in my favor when I'm ghostwriting. It is not in my favor when I'm teaching ESL. So let's recap the situation here, okay? Pre-ordering has become very damaging. In the old days, when you pre-ordered, you would get rewarded for pre-ordering. And I feel like 14 in this instance, whether you get the digital collectors or the collectors or standard, you are ordered, you are instantly going to get an earring that helps you level faster and a minion. And you will get early access to Dawn Trail. If you get the digital collector's edition, you'll have all of these 3 things, and you will get the arc mount, the garnet minion, and a chocobo brush. So if we're going to compare the two, I'm sorry, WoW fans in chat, I'm really sorry, but I feel like Square Enix in this case, Square Enix is a gross company, by the way, but in this case, Square Enix is not screwing people too much over. If you pre-order, they're rewarding you for pre-ordering. Everyone gets early access. Okay. I just feel like on top of having to pay more because of my stupid country, on top of that, I would have to pay. And this is not with tax, right? This is not with tax. We have tax on top of this bullshit. We have like maybe 13% tax right now. So at one point, Asmongold, so everyone knows that I enjoy watching Asmongold, but one of his worst takes I ever heard was that if you can't afford a $70 game, maybe you shouldn't be playing the game. And I agree with him on a certain level, right? I think there are a lot of people out there who are spending their money poorly, and they should be punished for spending their money poorly by the cosmos. However, he doesn't understand that there are people out there, Australians, New Zealand people, and Canadians, and actually a lot of countries in South America are being charged for stuff with US prices. We're being shunted under the US dollar, and it's not being leveled to what is going on in our country. And so I do feel a bit, you can tell I got a gripe. I'm sorry, chat. I'll stop talking. Fair is not a part of Blizzard games. If I pre-order anything, it's so I can install it in the 48 window for download so I can play it at midnight. Got shadow banned for typing 2 messages too soon together. Thanks, YouTube. Oh, Sim, I'm sorry to hear that. Well, I'm glad you could come back as Deck. At this point in time, Sim is like one of those dealers who has his coat and he like opens up his coat, and you know like how they have like a whole raft of like stuff attached to the inside of the coat, except Deck has like a whole raft of YouTube accounts. WoW also has PTR. Yeah, so that's what I heard, Ben. So how long is PTR? Does anyone? D-Rock, welcome to the chat. Damn, Chieko gonna drop 115 moose dollars on WoW POC. Yeah, I can't do it. Like, I just can't. Like, I couldn't. And that's not even 115. This isn't even including our this isn't even including, is there like a Canadian tax thing? I can't do math. I'm a literature person. I can't do math. Canadian sales tax calculator. Let's do this. Okay. We got 114. Before taxes. Continue. Ontario. 114. Okay. Fine. 115. So it's $129. We got 14%, almost 15% HST. So once again, this is a lot of money. Does 14 still include a month of playtime when you buy an expansion? I don't think so. I'm going to say no. I'm going to say no, Wooly. I'm going to say no. So you do get 30 days of game time here. So that is cool. So let's give WoW due for this. So this could significantly increase that. Okay, so let's say an expansion here. So let's say a month sub is around $19, right? And then the expansion total, let's do just a base, right? We're just doing the base. Oh, wait a minute. Nope, it's only for Epic. Oh, well. Okay, fine. Expansion, Epic Edition, 115. Wait a minute. That only gives us like what, 9 something? 90, 98 something? No. Wait a minute. 15. That brings it down to 0, and then down 4, $96. That still is a lot. I think what I'm trying to say here is, let's say FF14 added, let's say the FF14 base is $40, right? And then they added the free month. So a free month would be around $15. So then it would come to a total for the base would come to 55 for the free month, air quote, free month. Do you see what I'm kind of doing here? But anyway, it doesn't do the free month, but at least everyone gets their early access. This is very current drama in the community, this whole pre-order thing. Oh, I imagine, Shay. I imagine. It just feels bad because this is like, we know economic inequality is always going to be a thing. That this is part of the cosmos, right? We can't really fight it. The best we can do is like mitigate it to a certain degree. At least Heroic should have 3 days access. I just feel like Heroic should have it. Epic is wildin'. Just come to America, says Ruzy. Yeah. I played for Dawn Trail months. Paid for it. That was past Ben's problem. Yeah. The AAA companies that all do this early access BS now can be sued in my country on basis for anti-cartel laws. Oh, that's fascinating, Yella. The exchange rate has always been like that. It's gotten worse or better, Deck, depending on how you view it, okay? So, like a decade ago, it was bad. It would have bad moments, but there were moments where we were close. And there was this one Wilden day when I remembered that our currency for one day was stronger than the American US dollar. And the reason why I've noticed that it's been worse lately is because I've been reaping the benefits as a ghostwriter. And it actually screwed with my taxes big time. Punished Chieko. A woman denied her vidya. It said very current drama in the WoW community. So I'm going back into chat. I can't see chat. Am I shadow banned on my other accounts too? Oh no, Susan is on to you, Deck. Susan is on to you. Does WoW give playtime when you buy an expansion? They do not. So according to this, you have 30 days of game time, but only if you do the epic. I'm going to be finished before early access ends, just like Endwalker. Oh, good luck with that, Ben. Good luck. I'm going to wait. Deck, what is your main account? That's hard to say with Deck. It feels like he's hopping from one to another. Poor guy. Persecuted Canadians. We should tell Susan that her nationalist American supremacy is suppressing the voices of a minority known as the Canadian. Ruzy, feels good to be an American. Oh, the Ontario tax. Yeah, Ontario's just wildin'. Music. It's wildin'. Well, his point is, dude, you got bigger issues than video games. Yeah, so the thing is, I take his point, which is correct, right? He is absolutely correct. I think there are some people who are mishandling their money and their time. Yalla, and I stand by that suggestion and I support it. However, he is hand waving the problem of game money because he's speaking from a very, very blinkered perspective. And it's like him going to Reddit and then saying like, oh yeah, see, this is how it is. I'm like, you went to Reddit, which is a very specific demographic on the internet. Yeah, Ben feels the pain, probably even worse. Deck is good. For people with low income, games can be a lot more worthwhile than any other entertainment, especially going to cinema, Wooly, right? Cinema is like one and done. That's it. You can waste a lot of money at the cinema. Pirate Software was talking about how he had manually go in and decrease the price for South American countries to play their game, and now they're 70% of their business. Sometimes I just feel like, especially with South America, maybe we can ignore the Canadian plight. Who cares about the Canadians? There's only 35 mil of us, and probably only 1/10 of that play a game, and probably only like 1/100th or even like 200th play WoW, right? So who cares? Probably even less play Final Fantasy 14. But I feel sad for some of my friends who are from South America. I feel like they get hit hard. And the Aussies and New Zealand people. So, Sim, you can spam us on Discord instead. How long is PTR? There's almost always a PTR running. Oh, okay, so it's just forever. Tax is insane. Pretty sure Canadian tax is 15%. In Ontario, it is 15% Deck. But in other provinces, it is not. Wait a minute. Where does music live? Music. Dox your province, please. I need to move there. %15% in certain provinces, 13% in others. So Yella, interesting point. I actually bought Shadowbringers on sale. Shadowbringers and Stormblood. I bought them on sale. And I was very, very happy to pay that money to Square Enix because I was enjoying my time. So I went whole hog. Like, I think I made up my mind before I hit level 50. I knew that I loved the game. I went in, it was on sale. It was like the stars aligned. I paid, I was going to pay for Endwalker full price when I realized I couldn't afford it because it just life at that point in time. I was going through a down period in ghostwriting because people don't order books to be written usually leading into December because everyone's wanting to save their money for Christmas. So I couldn't afford to buy Endwalker, and I was still in Shadowbringers anyway. So I was like, you know what, it's fine, it's fine. But my beautiful, darling younger brother, John Mark, with whom I was living at that point, well, I'm still, he's still sharing an apartment with me, but whatever, you know what I mean. Um, uh, he saw me watching the trailer, and I was showing him the Reaper and everything, and he was like, "Oh, you need to play Reaper." So he actually bought for me as a Christmas present. He bought me Endwalker, and then when I introduced Party Sober, I actually bought Party Sober, her base game, Stormblood and Shadowbringers, and let's see. I also got Guild Wars 2 on sale as well. Guild Wars 2 went on sale for super cheap. So I picked that up like really cheap. So usually I can't buy things unless they're on sale. So my Steam wish list is very important to me. I go there and I check it and I'll see. And if it goes like 40 to 60% off, then I'll buy it. For context, what can you buy with 130 Canuck bucks? For context. Well, do you want food? Like what are you like for context? For Canuck bucks? Let's open Starbucks Canada. Let's start with food. Right. This is a Canadian Starbucks menu. Let's go for a hot coffee here. I'm going to just go for a buying process for her as simple as possible as well. So I set her up with the stuff on Steam. Yeah, Yalla, I do the same thing. I totally keep an eye on my wish list, and I only buy stuff that I really, really think it's important. Starbucks is not food. Make your coffee at home. Yeah, Wooly, the good news is I actually do. I do. Well, I have a Keurig now, so that's cheaper. It long term. It was a little investment. I spent about 65 Canadian to get a little Keurig, and then that is actually long term more cheap. I think I'm paying like $1.50 or $2 for a coffee every morning, and I run it through twice, so it's a bit watered down, but it's okay. Oh, Sim is sweating profusely. Yeah, I'm trying my hardest not to dox myself. But basically, I live in Southern Ontario, and I can say, hand on my heart, like my country has some good things, but holy moly, sometimes it's really, yeah. If anyone's looking for a fun free game, I've spent so much time on Warframe. You can sell in-game items you get by playing for the premium game currency on supportal sites, kind of like Poe. Oh, that's so cool, Music. I think I tried Warframe for like a day. It didn't snatch me in, but so I'm seeing Canadians are being advised by the government to spend $300 per month per person. But the average Canadian is spending $258. Yeah. So there you go. Shay coming in clutch with statistics. I could definitely see myself like running it low on like $50 to $75 a week. Not like we're talking just groceries, $50 to 75, not including anything I buy on Uber or anything like that. Yeah, we might be playing on Tuesday. Yeah. Why are you looking at coffee prices? Well, I mean, good question, Wooly. Good question. True and real. Let's all be real. We are all ordering from Tim Hortons, aren't we? We are all ordering from Tim Hortons. Is there a Tim Hortons that is open? Is there any Tim Hortons that is open still at this time? Oh my lord. Nope. Order. DoorDash. Let's do DoorDash. Okay. Oh shit. Oh, shit. You didn't see anything. Sim's like vibrating over there in the corner. I was doing so well. No. Oh, fudgesicles. Oh, I'm going to have to go in and I'm going to have to clip the... Anyway. DoorDash. I'm like starting... My heartbeat's starting to freak out. Okay. I'm going to pull it over here. This is so embarrassing. I'm gonna fix it. This is gonna go private right away. Oh man, my life is over. Okay, so if we look here very cautiously, like a caramel latte is about $4.19 on Tim Hortons. Okay, so this is um this is as cheap as you're going to get. Okay, so let's say we want a regular coffee. Okay, we're not going to do too much here. We're going to make it a medium. We're going to just put in some milk. We're going to put in the sugar. We're going to add it to the cart. Okay, now I'm going to get what I like. I'm going to get a medium French vanilla. I'm going to save it, add it to the cart. And then let's add in some baked goods. Let's add in a bagel. Let's add in where are the baked goods? What is the store doing? Well, let's add that in. I'm going to put in a pinwheel. Okay, so we got two things here. It's about $10.48, and then let's add another. Let's add $2 for tips. That takes us to about $13, and then we're going to add in the delivery fees and everything. So let's say this $10 order can very easily get up to like 17 to 20. But that's what happens when you order online. Chieko, do you have to eat just 2 meals a day? No, I eat 3 meals a day. I haven't eaten 3 meals for the past well, since I've started ghostwriting, really. Ghostwriting does not pay you very well. Just gonna say that. Americans spend 300 to 375-ish per month each. Nice. I mean, it is a good idea to eat healthy, for sure, but Five Guys double back on cheese is $15. My phone had a stroke. You have to. Okay, so to answer Ruzi, I did cut down to 2 meals a day. I can actually afford it. My body is totally doing fine. It's just that I need to eat more healthy foods and not just eat carbs. So I am trying to turn that ship around a bit. And lately, I've been counting calories and I've been trying to think about how to eat more carefully. And when I stay at Party's house, does her she does her best to remind me to eat. And by the way, it's not always because of money. It sometimes is because I literally forget to eat. Canadians, D-Rock, Canadians do not get free dental. Not right now. It is not considered healthcare. I know that sounds crazy, but we don't get it. Gluten-free is expensive and a pain in the arse to make. Yeah, so it's more expensive. Most USA government health plans don't include dental either. Yeah, I mean, it is what it is, right? It's so dumb. He spent $6K last year on dental out of pocket. Yeah, I'm bracing myself for some crazy shit. I don't know, Dick. I think they're trying to help old people and children first, which is fair. It just feels like professionals would need dental care as well. So I think they're trying to roll it out and see how they can handle the wait because so many people's jobs don't cover dental. Compared to our earnings, rent is daylight robbery, though. Wooly, how much is your rent in Canadian money? Can you share that? Or, like, not your personal rent, but rent in general, where you live. I imagine real estate in a small country is always going to be crazier. Yeah, all countries have its ups and downs. You can't have a perfect country. If I stopped eating red meat, I could afford more vidya, but fuck that noise. No. Eat your meat, Wooly. Go for it. There's a huge learning curve and new player introduction barrier for Warframe, not very beginner friendly. Ah, okay. Maybe that's the wall that I ran. I also have terrible hand-eye coordination music. Therein might be. As an American, I've never had Tim Hortons in my life. If you go to Michigan, you'll see it. But trust me, you're not missing out too much these days. Tim Hortons is a shade of its former self. Oh, Shay, you don't order coffee out? That's good. I do order McDonald's coffee sometimes when I have a McDonald's order, but that's about it. Wooly is outing himself as aging. But I mean, aren't we all aging? So, yeah. Oh boy. Yeah, Wooly, that's what I'm running into. I just doxed myself and my location because stupid websites. I need to figure out how to run a second account where like everything just doesn't load up. Well, now that we all have her credit history, weird thing to show. I saw Tim Hortons on Long Island and was like, oh, okay, but I didn't go there. Yeah, you don't really need to go there, Ruzi. Honestly, Tim Hortons these days is nothing crazy. Yeah, yeah. Shay's right. Michigan is probably where Tim Hortons is trying. Tim Hortons is in China right now. The best thing from Tim Hortons that I still drink to this day is French vanilla, but you can get it at other places. At 420. So once again, it depends where you are. A large student room near Laurier, Brantford, 700. Okay, so that's Brantford. But I mean, we could move that to, let's say, Toronto, Ontario. This is kind of unfair because, like I said, Toronto is going to be gross. So here we go. 800, 1,000, 100, 750, 650, 700. A den for rent, 1,200. 1,000 for just one room. These are under student rentals. So some, like St. Catharines, that's a smaller city near the American border, 550, right? But it's going to be crazier in Toronto. So the closer you are to Toronto, the closer you are to hell, literally. So yeah, you don't want to live near Toronto. You want to stay as far away from Toronto as you can, frankly. So if people are worried, don't worry. Basically what happened is my family, so I have a sister who lived in the same apartment building as myself. She wanted to save money. I want to save money. My brother JM wants to save money. So between the three of us, and she's married to her hubby, and so between the four of us, we talked it over and we agreed for a short period of time to move in together. So we are all in this 4-bedroom apartment. Sorry, 3-bedroom apartment. And it's a squeeze, but we're making it work right now. And it's been a godsend in terms of finances. So for the first time, I'm able to start recouping certain things, and our rent is under an old rent agreement. So basically, we are in the gravy right now in terms of our rent. But I am blessed with the situation that has come upon me this year. So this happened this year. So for the first time, I'm able to breathe and have, you know, more options for finances, right? So it's not a big deal. But this is where I'm saying is I agree with what Asmongold was trying to say, right? Asmongold is saying to people like me or to other people who may not have the money to be wise with your spending and don't go out and buy stupid amounts of editions for shit when you need to be responsible and focus on your work and get that money. So I understand that sentiment, and I think it's a good sentiment. It's fairly even keeled. My issue is that these 3 items here feel like a little unfair, particularly for heroic and for people who are from other countries like Ben, or for Canadians or for Brazilians, having to pay this extra stuff because our exchange is shit. It can be very hard. The Diablo 4. Oh, it's on sale. Wow, look at that. So Diablo 4 was brutal at the beginning. I found a Canadian on Twitter who had spent around $150 for this Ultimate Edition, and they couldn't log in. Let's put in 130. So let's see what it would be right now. 130. Oops. Yeah, They had paid around $150 for a game, and they couldn't log in. So, once again, it's very easy to say, "Oh, well, you shouldn't buy the game." That's fair. That's a fair thing, right? You shouldn't maybe buy the game. But at the same point in time, when you're punishing people for not paying for this extravagant amount, it just feels a bit gross. And it's also gross with 14, by the way. Like, once again, it looks good on paper. 14, right? 39.99. That looks pretty awesome on paper. Fantastic price in US dollars. That, I think that is a very fair thing. That's a very fair ask for what you get with Dawn Trail in USD. Fantastic. Very, in my opinion, I think this is very consumer friendly. The fact that if you order standard, you get your early access to Dawn Trail, very, very consumer friendly. They're not differentiating between the collector's editions and the standard edition. This is very, very consumer friendly. In terms of, if you think that there should be pre-ordering, I would prefer it to be like this. However, this price is US dollars, and if we translate it because of certain people who have made certain decisions, and also there are, I'm sure, other factors that feed into Canada's struggles that have nothing whatsoever to do with the people in charge. But I think the people in charge are also to blame, and the result is that this $39.99 does become a bigger number. But $39.99, so that's $40 Canadian, is about $45 CAD, right? But actually, no, $39.99. Wait a minute. I gotta first translate it over into. First, have to translate it over. So it would be $40 US dollars is $54.52, and then 55. Calculate. It comes to about $60 in Canadian. And the $60 in Canadian, if we look at it, is equivalent ultimately to the base edition here. So you could see that it's very similar, because of the exchange rate. Woolly Ram says, "Man alive." That sounds about accurate, Woolly. My first copy of 14 on PS3 didn't work. Oh, that's really crappy. Really don't even feel like Toronto is a real Canadian city. It feels like a country or something on its own. Yeah, Toronto is Walden. Also, I'm pretty sure every FF14 expansion includes game time. I didn't get free game time with Endwalker, but because of the login drama with Endwalker, with like everybody being unable to access it, we got 2 weeks free game time. The one justification for pre-orders and MMO is that it lets the pub and dev know how much server capacity they need to prepare. Yeah, Wooly. That is one justification. That's fair, so that they can understand. But I don't feel like they should be punishing players too much for not pre-ordering, or for pre-ordering a lower edition, right? Like, let's say we come to the conclusion that pre-ordering is a necessary evil, right? So let's just assume that for a bit here, right? Then at the very least, anyone who pre-orders anything should be given at least early access. Maybe not PTR, maybe not, what other thing, right? But once again, it's just just the way it is, right? You don't. This is life, right? And you got to make decisions that are healthy for you, and that's totally fair, right? So it's not a big deal. I don't mean this to be a complaining woe is me, right? I'm not feeling that. I'm not feeling unhappy. I I feel like it is what it is, and you gotta live with the country that you're in. It's just that sometimes when people talk about it, they don't consider that in retrospect. And honestly, Wooly, I feel like you are living in that shared living experience. So like clearly you also have that 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 kind of, I don't know, that perspective where sometimes you gotta make things work, right? So it's the way it is. But yeah, yeah. WoW Classic. I don't know about that. Okay, so WoW, you just need your sub. Anyway, that was a bizarre discussion that suddenly happened. Just so we don't end on a depressing note, let's talk about what's going to happen. I am going to be working on getting my hands on Warcraft 3. And I'm considering playing through it. If I do, I might do like a little extra stream here and there where I'm just chilling. And yeah, if I do decide to stream something like that, it would not be super intensive in terms of talking or anything. I'd be focusing on whatever that game is. Coming up, what will I be covering? I hope to do a video on writing. There's a writing video that I'm starting to prepare for, and I will probably be preparing for a Final Fantasy 14 video as well. Trying to think what else. What else? Yeah, that's about it, I think. I think I also have a complaining book review to do, but I'm not 100% sure. So was there any kind of content or reaction or things that chat wanted to hear from me? Anything from chat? Before we call it. Just letting chat get some input. I hate it. 5-hour tangent on Telos. I'd have to do my philosophy homework for that one. For sure. 5-hour tangent on Telos. Ruzi and Sim. Dominating chat. Telos for Ruzi. Ruzi, did you ever play Talos Principle? The mystery game? Did you ever play that? Talos Principle? Did anyone in chat play Talos Principle? Anything FF14 you had in your mind? I would be doing a video on early A Realm Reborn quest and the first 3 dungeons. But there is another Final Fantasy 14. Well, I have so many I want to do, but I wonder if I should be doing them in order or not, or if I should just pick and choose. Like, should I, what does chat think? Should I just be picking and choosing? Like, for example, I have a lot of thoughts on unpacking. I know this sounds crazy, but the Tower of Babel dungeon and the concept of anima, and why did they name that, and why do I think that's interesting. And I wondered if anyone had taken note of the pattern that you see in the Garlean succession in terms of Solus, Varus, and Xenos, and Anima, and Fairy Tale. As in, did anyone notice that there's a lack of women or moms or wives, even though they very much had to be there for people to be created? And then if you think about that for a hard minute, and then you think about what Varus becomes and why is he named Anima. Yeah, there's something Oedipal, sure. Oh my gosh, Party. So Party ran Tower of Babel the other day, and the first thing she says when she sees Varus was like, Varus flytrap instead of Venus flytrap. She said, anyway. Do you have any plans to play Final Fantasy 16? I think the story's worth a playthrough. I am planning to play all of the Final Fantasies. I'm not joking, except for 11. Um, unless I decide I want to kill myself more with more stuff to do. But generally speaking, I have general plans to play more of Final Fantasy games. I finished Final Fantasy 1, so I kind of want to do a short video on that, talking about my ups and downs playing that game. And then I'm currently working on Final Fantasy 2. And I do want to play 16, but I have to wait for it to come out on PC. I don't have a PS5. Yeah, there's no mother. Did you notice that, Wooly? There's no women within that line in terms of narrative. Now, it doesn't mean that they didn't exist, right? But it's interesting how they're absent from the conversation. And yeah, I in fairy tales, I don't know if anyone's familiar with Marie Louise von France. She was a Jungian literary folktale analyst who worked with Jung, and von Franz did some very interesting analysis of fairy tales. And one of the things that you look at is the pattern of genders that are represented at the start of the story. So, for example, if you have a story with a king with boys, then you know that there's a missing element of the psyche that's being explored. It's incredibly theoretical and is not necessarily intended to be practical or applicative. Um, but yeah. So if you think about if you were to look at the Garlean succession through the lens of that, um, it starts you thinking about the anima, the lack of anima, and then what happens to Varus in Tower of Babel, right? If you think about it that way, right? What happens to Varus in the Tower of Babel? What does he become in terms of anima? And how the anima that is not negotiated or integrated correctly can overtake you and then become the dark feminine. It's very fascinating because Varus essentially becomes what he hates, doesn't he? He literally swings to the other side. So some of the female Garleans, of course, is obviously Livia sans Junius or whatever her name is. So she was the orphan who was basically raised by Gaius. You have all of the girls in Werlet, right? You have all of those girls in Werlet, young women, shall I say. And you have, yes, the red and blue chicks in, oh my gosh. You have the red and blue chicks that you fight at the end of the Stormblood dungeon. Gimlet Dark. Hello, Axel. Welcome in. We're just wrapping up, really. But hello. What brought you to our small little nook? Those children aren't natural Garleans, though. Does that count? Yeah, that's a good question, actually, Jonathan. So my for now, we will say Nerva. We'll say Lavinia, and we'll say the red and blue. And almost all of those women, incidentally, are viewed through a very martial lens. And the only two women who are not viewed through a martial lens is are what we see in Endwalker, and they end up not alive. Or they end up being, so the only positive female Garleans who are coming up. Oh, we forgot another very positive female Garlia will be Lucia. Ishgardian Lucia, but she's so Ishgardian that you forget. But basically, she's a female Garlean. So if you think about it, there are a handful of women from Garlemald. They're almost all viewed through the lens of military roles, and the ones that aren't are either dead, as in what we see in Endwalker Garlemald Zone, or they are. Maybe I should put a spoiler on for this. Let's put a spoiler. There we go. Or we save them and they're in tertium. Yeah, Lucia went native in Ishgard, but she's technically Garlean. But once again, even if we say she went native in Ishgard and she's Ishgardian now, she's still very much seen through a martial role. Oh, Axel just stumbled into the stream. Oh, hello, Axel. So I'm a writer. I'm a ghostwriter currently. Have I written my own stuff? Yes. Have I self-published under my real name? Yeah, I have. Did it go well? Let's just say if you don't write romance, you're not going far. But I have a very I'm an educator, so I teach ESL as a second language, and then I'm currently also writing as a ghostwriter. So I write for clients, and I make their dreams come true, hopefully. And I work through a platform. I was talking about it with Wooly. It was not an easy process. It required me to work very, very hard. I would work like 6 days a week, and I had to work very hard to prove that I was a good writer. It was not handed to me on a platter. It was not easy. Oh, good morning, Johnny. Johnny's in chat. Hello, Johnny. I guess Europe is waking up now. So if you think about how women are portrayed as Garleans, and then if you think about the whole royal family, and you think about fairy tale patterns, and if you think about archetypes, I think that would be a video I would want to make. But it might be too theoretical for people's interests. But I kind of want to make it anyway. I want to look at Hermes. Oh shoot. Okay. Never mind. Let's backtrack from that one. Party. I didn't say that name. Erase it. Spoilers for my mod. But anyway, I think there's another character that I would totally write about, because once again, I feel like people slap a label on that character and they're like, it's this, and I'm like, no, it's more than that. I think there's more going on with that character than some people are suggesting. So many people were falling for the emotional aspect of the story, and they weren't like. I felt like there was something else being said about hyper compassion specifically, when you don't integrate your anima or your animus correctly. Yeah, I'm going to do my best, Wooly. The problem with me is I overthink it, and I want my analysis to be perfect and coherent. So it does take me time to sit down and write out an essay, essentially a short essay, and then I have to try to speak it out without sounding like I am, strange, a robot. How long does it take to play through Final Fantasy XIV? I have heard that if you sit down and you focus, I heard from someone that it takes about 300 hours. It's literally like reading a book, okay, Ruzi? You're reading Lord of the Rings. You are reading, like, I cannot keep restating this. People are like, okay, yes, it's Final Fantasy. Yes, I'm reading a lot of no. It's literally like playing a book. The writing is phenomenal. The writing is phenomenal. It is, in terms of complexity and foreshadowing and bringing things up. Let me put it this way, Ruzi. It challenges Malazan, in my opinion, in terms of foreshadowing, plot complexity. Even the writing is very, very good. I saw that, Ben. Yeah, Ruzi, if you ever want a friend, if you ever decide, hey, I want to try out the free trial of Final Fantasy XIV, which, by the way, you can play you can play A Realm Reborn, Heaven's Word, and Stormblood for free, absolutely free, no limit on your playtime, and you can play all the classes that you want. So if you ever decide, hey, I want to try that out and play free, let me know, and I will come and walk you through that. I have a bun boy named after a Malazan character, ready to go. The problem with the game is that there are a lot of people out there who have been burned by video games, right? A lot of video games have promised story, and some of them have done it well. Like, for example, Metal Gear Solid, I've heard, has some fascinating narrative stuff. Um, Elden Ring has phenomenal lore, right? We have all of these games that have a promise for a good narrative, but there's so many games that fail to deliver on that narrative. So when we go into an MMO, which I think the MMO genre has been inflicted with a ton of shitty narrative, right? People are burnt out and they aren't ready to commit to something because they think it's not going to pay off. Like, why pay attention to this narrative? I just want to enjoy the killing something. And 14 challenged me. So I think about level 15 or 16, I I began to realize, oh, this is a real story. They're treating themselves seriously. They're not bullshitting. Um, and they are actually committing to something here. And I could make that decision by the time I think I reached about 15, maybe 20, level 20. So within a week, I knew exactly what I was dealing with. And it was crazy because I didn't think that any game would take itself seriously this way. In my opinion, I think 14 does a fantastic job. What kind of books do I read? Asks Axel. Axel, I read. I'm eclectic. I'm eclectic. I love reading all kinds of things. So I like reading nonfiction books that relate to archaeology, science. I've read like Stephen Hawking. I've read uh, what's that other guy? I forget his name. I've read, for example, I like Graham Hancock, so I read a lot of his stuff. Um, so I'm very open to reading nonfiction, particularly where it pertains to history. I love medieval and Gothic literature, so I graduated with a degree, um, a general English literature degree, but my specialization, if I was going to say I specialized in anything, it would be medieval and pre-medieval, so Beowulf, um, and medieval, so everything up to about Chaucer. And I also specialized in Gothic literature as well. Um, so I really like both of those genres. Obviously, I love fantasy. Obviously, I love sci fi. So for fantasy, my favorite book would be Lord of the Rings. For sci-fi, it would probably be one of the Star Wars books. But in my opinion, William Gibson's works and Neil Stephenson are very solid. Orson Scott Card, Ender's Game, phenomenal piece of writing. Dune, obviously fantastic. I've tried one book from the Witcher series so far, pretty enjoyable. What else have I tried? I've read 4 books from the Malazan Empire series by Erickson, which I have enjoyed, but it did make me mentally very stressed out and sad. um, who else have I read? I've read excerpts from Game of Thrones, but I did not get into it. What else? I love historical fiction. I love complex plots. So, probably my favorite historical fiction writer, hands down, is Dorothy Dennett, which almost nobody has read. My favorite mystery novel series is written by Dorothy L. Sayers, which is the Lord Peter Wimsey series, which, once again, not many people have read. But I read tons and tons of stuff. I am not closed to reading anything. I think I spent like 150 hours on Persona 5 Royal, and that was mostly story. Lots of games take their story seriously. Ruzi, I think a lot of JRPGs and RPGs should be taking their story seriously, but if anyone remembers, um how can I say this? It's a rare it's a it's a rare IP that manages to build something over the time that it did, which is what 14 did. So, what I mean to say is, for example, Dragon Age 1 through 3, each time you play, you can actually upload your data and you can kind of see your old character or have the choices that you made influence some superficial stuff that's happened in the plot, right? And overall, the idea is that with time, you get to know more about the world and things start unfolding in a certain way. Now, in MMOs, all choices you make are superficial, right? So there's not necessarily that personal replay value. But what 14 makes up for is complexity. So that things that you deal with in the first 15 levels of the game are still meaningful and and weighty at like the Endwalker. So there are things that they reach back into A Realm Reborn and they're like, "Do you remember that thing over there that you did a long time ago? Do you remember that group of people that you like hung out with for a little bit and you didn't really give a shit about because you were just learning about them? Well, guess what? We're bringing that back. You know that scene in this one raid that you watch over and over again because you're farming it and you just think it's like, okay, yeah, it's that scene. Well, we're going to reveal more that adds even more context to that scene, so you'll never see that scene the same way again. So there's something about 14 where they layer and then they layer and then they layer. It's unbelievable. Like, and I'm saying that as someone who has had a severe reading addiction all of her life. 14 doesn't lie to you and say this choice you're going to make matters, but what it does is it provides you with something that is ultimately super uplifting. Like I can't talk about it enough. But all I can say is, like, Party will even share with you some of her experiences. When Party first began, she was just like, what? What? Right? Like, her ability to take in information at that stage was a little bit debilitating. Like, she was compromised. Um, but then what happens? She starts playing a second alt, and now she's coming back and she's like got a notebook and she's coming back and she's telling like, oh, this thing, like, oh my gosh. And I was like, yeah, I know. But like sometimes I would tell her, I'd be like, hey, keep thinking about this in the future. And she'd be like, but there's just so much so that unless you have a natural affinity for holding stuff, like you might sometimes fail to understand, like, feel the full impact. So yeah. Yeah. I never knew how to read until the third grade, says Axel. Wow. Never knew until how to read until third grade. Was that like a reading disability, Axel? What happened? Um, I haven't read a full book in like 10 years, says Jonathan. Yeah, it's very long. It's very, very long. So Axel, if I'm going to be perfectly frank, I was reading, but I was always a slow reader and I really struggled. When I hit around 12, I found a book called Swallows and Amazons by Arthur Ransom. And that book transformed my life. I was always a tomboy, and Swallows and Amazons was this amazing story about kids sailing on Lake Windermere and living out in the wild in a tent. And it was kind of everything that I needed. And it got me into reading in a big way. By that point in time, my hormones were kicking in. So I basically began to transform as a young girl into, a young lady. And yeah, after that, I became a bookworm. And it got so bad that my parents had to put me under a book ban. Yeah, Lake Windermere. Yeah. Yes, Michael. Hello, Michael. Welcome to our little group. I don't think I've seen. I don't think I've seen you around, but welcome in. Don't know how you found us. So there's a part, says Jonathan, and I actually know about this. Jonathan Ramos says, so there's a part at the end of the Crystal Tower when the tower starts emitting a series of beeps. Someone looked into it and applied Morse code to it, and do you know what they found? It said, it's all wrong. Now, what character says that in Endwalker? Yeah, so Party has not yet finished, Jonathan, but hopefully Party will remember what... It's because English was not my first language. Yeah, that's fair. That's fair. Axel, but you could read in your original language, correct? Like, I was even slow learning how to read English as a kid because my parents lived abroad for 4 years during that formative period. So grade 1, I was in a school that was run by non-native speaking English speakers, and let's just say trying to learn Arabic at the same time as English was a bit of a mistake for me as a young child. And eventually my mom had to pull me out. What about Lake Windermere, Michael? But anyway, the long story short, Ruzi, as a librarian, all I can say is 14 does a good job at dribbling things out. And it does a fantastic job in telling a mind-blowing story. Like, it will blow your mind. However, it requires people to, like, it's like what Harold Bloom talked about in his book The Western Canon. It's an achieved anxiety. Like, it will require you to sit and read. And if you can sit and read, you're good. But there are a lot of people these days who cannot handle sitting and reading, and so they complain when it's just this one game. It's just this game. Every other game you can play in an MMO, you just click through it or skip it or whatever. And actually, you can buy a story skip on the Square Enix store if you don't want to play the game in Final Fantasy. Anyway, you can tell I get a bit salty about this, but there are a lot of people in Asmongold's chat who are sitting around like those Pooh Bear memes with the little monocles, and they're like, actually, this is not how this is supposed to be. And they act like they're arbiters of what is a good story, but when they're fed a good story on a platter in a fairly, like, some people don't like the gameplay in 14. That's fair enough, right? It's a very specific kind of gameplay. But they're literally being fed a fairly good story. Like, let's be critical here. Let's put on a critical hat. Let's take off the fangirl glasses. All right. Let's give Final Fantasy 14 an author. I'm just gonna do something that's very wild for me. I'm gonna be super critical, and I'm going to, off the top of my head, gut instinct. Okay. Give it. Nothing's perfect, so I can't give it 100%. 90 would be like the big classics, like Shakespeare and Russian novels, certain Russian novels, and certain fantasy novels. I would put it at a nice, healthy 85%. If I was going to give it if I was going to give it an overall, like, I'm pitting it against Lord of the Rings, Sword of Shannara, Wheel of Time. I'm pitting it against what little I've read of Game of Thrones. I'm pitting it against those things. in terms of plot and foreshadowing, it actually is better than Lord of the Rings. So I might even put it up to 85, 90%. 14 isn't in your Steam library. I run it on my client, so my family can't see how much I play it. One day, Asmongold will play 14 again, Copium. Jonathan, did you know that I actually played 14 because of Asmongold? I'm incredibly. There were other people who were recommending it to me at that time, but I saw the first half an hour of Asmongold playing, and I realized that the game starts you off really easy. So I knew that I could try to play it. Oh, okay. Yeah, you probably went into Ul'dah. You probably went for a black mage. Yeah. Anyway, the point, Ruzi, I'm trying to make is in this world where a lot of people are complaining about shitty stories, I think there are good video games out there with good stories. 14 is one of them. I've heard Persona, the Persona series, are super solid. I've heard that the storytelling for what it is in Elden Ring and in, let's say, Breath of the Wild, Tears of the Kingdom, which is more finding the story through the environment and things like that, are very solid. But but it's just I think for me, it's if we're looking at stories and we're making complaints about shitty stories in the media, I get a little bit annoyed when people complain about 14 having too much story. Like, this is one MMO out of a whole host. Now, I heard SWTOR, by the way. I have heard, and I played a bit of SWTOR. I played quite a few MMOs. And I think next to Final Fantasy 14, I thought SWTOR, so that would be Star Wars The Old Republic, I thought SWTOR had a very interesting story. Like, it was very straightforward. I understood what was going on. I'm a bit of a Star Wars fan, so I had some IP purchase, like being able to glide through the loading screen through Coruscant was like, well, I was going to say a wet dream, but I'm a girl, so I wouldn't know, but you know what I mean. Jonathan said, I did know that. I think you mentioned that when Akalon had you on. Oh, Jonathan's an Akalon enjoyer. Okay. Awesome. Another game I have heard, Preach, said that Divinity Original Sin 2 had a storyline that was like very, very good. And Preach said that 14 actually topped Divinity. So think about that as well. So that's what I'm saying is like 14 is like reading Sword of Shannara or Lord of the Rings, right? You start out, you're in Hobbiton, and it feels like Tolkien is in Hobbiton for a long, long time. And you get to the Council of Elrond, and you're like, when is this chapter going to end? So that would be the Scions in the middle part of A Realm Reborn. I enjoy that kind of stuff. I like slow build-ups. I'm all about that. That's what I like. People who have more of a modern sensibility about how to do stories have to have like go, 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 go all the time, and they need it ramped all the time. And for them, A Realm Reborn and Stormblood is like death. But yeah, he put Heavensward under Divinity 2, but Shadowbringers was above it. Yeah, Shadowbringers is because of what Shadowbringers does. I think Shadowbringers, once again, Shadowbringers is one of those things. I think I talked about this before on another stream. Shadowbringers appeals to a lot of people because a lot of people are taken in by plot complexity, whereas I'm taken in by thematic complexity. So for me, I think Shadowbringers is extremely strong in terms of plot complexity, but in terms of thematic fulfillment, I think Endwalker is where it's at. Ruzi says there are certain games where I think about their story a lot. I think for me, Witcher was very strong. I played it a certain way and it left me thinking a lot. Journey, which has actually no spoken narrative, had me thinking a lot. Dragon Age 2 Dragon Age 2 and Dragon Age 3, even though they're not comparable to Origins, apparently, had me depressed as fuck. Because I really got into it. I'll recommend the Imperial Agent in KOTOR again. So Knights of the Old Republic. Okay. So that's a good way to go, Wooly. Ruzi has read the entirety of Wheel of Time. Okay, if you've read the entirety of Wheel of Time, I think you can handle the MSQ from Final Fantasy 14. It's just the reason why I'm cautioning you is because a lot of people go, yes, there's a lot of reading. Yes, there's a lot of reading. They underestimate it in that context. The Steam version with Endwalker is on sale for the next 12 hours. Oh, is it? That's wild. Well, I guess that makes sense. They're trying to get people in, right? They're trying to get people in. That makes sense. How much is it going for? Let's find out what it is in Canadian dollars. Endwalker. Oh, holy crap! Look at that. Holy shit. 19.99 Canadian. Oh, yeah, by the way, Ruzi, I play it on Steam Deck when I travel to Party's house. Yeah. It runs on Steam Deck. Oh, you get a British accent? Yeah. Shadowbringers is a single focus story that is phenomenal, mild blowing. Endwalker is thematically fulfilling. But I think a lot of people are more likely to recognize plot complexity than they are thematic, shit. I used my Steam Deck a lot more than my PC. Yeah. Good night, party. Sleep well. Goodbye, my lovely mod. Thanks for hanging out. I shall probably end soon too. I should probably go soon. But look at that. Endwalker on sale. Phenomenal. That is such a steal, honestly. If you buy Endwalker, you would be able to basically play the whole game without any of the limitations. That's crazy. That's them. They're literally giving it away at this point. This is like Guild Wars 2 kind of sale. That's phenomenal. Good for them. Good for them. Well, Ruzi, if at some point you decide you want to play it, don't worry. They do tend to go on sale once in a while. But so don't feel like you got FOMO. They do go on sale. And you can play it free, unlimited, up through Stormblood. So you shouldn't feel like you gotta get it. It will go on sale again, and you can definitely play it for free without feeling too crushed. If you do decide to go, let me know, and I'll come give you tips or support. Support you through the early stuff. There's a lot of little tips and things. Oh, yes, Jonathan's making a good point here. If you want to play like everything properly, you gotta get the full. So I think Endwalker. This Endwalker would only work for someone like me. What you would want to get is this complete edition, which in Canada is $29.99. What server do I play on? I play on Lamia. So for those Final Fantasy enjoyers, I'm on the Primal Data Center and I'm on Lamia. And you can make a character on there pretty much all the time. So if you want to buy it, I recommend getting the complete edition. And the reason why you want to get this is it gives you the base game, which would include Shadowbringers, and then you can get Endwalker. So you want to get the Once again, Ruzi, don't feel like you have to play this, okay? I don't want to force someone to do something. But if you want to enjoy a phenomenally well-written game that's, I think, an 80 or an 85%, maybe even a 90 in some points, is playing on the deck comfy. So what I have for my deck is a specific setup. This setup is basically allows me to play it with a dock. So first off, as everyone knows who plays 14 regularly, 14 is console friendly, so you can play it like a console. If you want to play it as a console, you need to reach out to Ben, who plays it on the PS4 or PS5. I think it's the PS5. So Ben uses a controller, as far as I understand, and Ben would be able to hook you up with the where to go for help for controllers. I'm sure. I'm just volunteering Ben here. However, if you're playing with mouse and keyboard like I do, you will want to you'll have a dock, you'll have a monitor, and what I usually do in that instance is I usually make my screen so it sets at a native 800 by 600, correct? So then basically I end up minimizing all of the UI elements down to like 80% or something, and that works for me. That's how I run it. Yeah, Work to Games is where you go for controller guides. Yeah. That is where you go. And I'm pretty sure, I am fairly certain, I feel like I actually had pictures of my setup, but I'd have to find them somewhere. But basically, I use a dock, Ruzi. So I use a Steam Deck dock, which I bought off-brand on Amazon. I plugged my Steam Deck dock into that, hooked it into a monitor, and I run. So my Steam Deck is my away from home work PC, and I basically run a monitor with it, and I minimize the UI so it's 80%. Wooly, do you use the FF14 controller, or do you use keyboard and mouse? Ruzi, it's not a lie in bed game for me. No. It's a sit in my PC with my MMO mouse. I use an MMO mouse with a keyboard on the Steam Deck. But there are people who use it with controllers, and I assume that they could lie in bed and play it. I recommend not, like, if you have 12 days. Okay, here's an in between option, Ruzy, for you. If you have 12 days to make up your mind before the sale ends, my recommendation is just like download it and try it for a couple days. You can level to like 10 or 15 within probably 2 to 3 days. And I don't mean like several hours. Like, it doesn't take that long. Like, and by then maybe you would have a better idea. But once again, that's only like dipping your toe in. It would be like taking a tiny sip, and it can't really tell you anything, but it might give you, like, maybe if you, instead of going in as an MMO player, go in as a librarian, Chad librarian, as a reader. And instead of looking at the dialogue boxes as this is an obstacle to me killing something, read it as this is a page of of character or lore building or whatever. Like, if you treat it that way, maybe even just the first 15 levels will give you an idea of like what is going on. Okay, so Wooly is giving 2 thumbs up to controller. Oh, it ends in 12 hours. Oh, screwball. Oh, that's too bad. 14 is a visual novel with occasional murder. In some ways, it feels like that if you're just focusing on MSQ. Now, I played with Party. Party doesn't have this. She goes into periods of obsession, but she's not intellectually obsessed the way I got about it. So I hit a point where I basically stopped being a human being and I just played it because of the MSQ. But with Party, she needed breaks, so we would go and do a relic. So we actually have a Realm Reborn relic, a Heavensward relic, and we're currently working on we got part way through Eureka. So we haven't finished Eureka, and we're closing in on the Boja relic. So we've taken breaks to do grinding and killing. Yeah. So it depends on how you play it. It's very friendly to playing it the way you want, but once again, you have to, in my opinion, if you are not enjoying the story, then you might as well just uninstall the game to a certain degree. Because WoW is really where the combat is at, as far as I understand. Although I personally am not sold on it. I feel like also I'm playing a hunter and currently in WoW, and I don't know, I call me a sucker, but I actually like the spell effects in 14. Once again, I don't know, maybe I'm just being a woman, you know what I mean? Like, maybe I'm just being a girl. But I'm in love with my character in 14. I like the spell effects. I have class fantasy in 14, and I feel like I can learn the combat and use that combat well. Whereas with WoW, I always get the feeling like I'm never going to be as good as other people who have better hand-eye coordination or who have better response time. Because WoW is more responsive. Whereas 14 is more about strategy or puzzle solving. So, anyway. Yeah. I think I have enough backload for now that I'll wait. You know, Ruzy, waiting is always a good thing. Honestly, I would play the free trial when you have time to spare, and I assure you that similar sales will happen, usually like leading up to an expansion, or for example during certain time periods where they're trying to raise awareness for Square Enix or whatever. But I believe like you could just wait and see, And if you have enough backlog where you have so many games that you need to play, then don't rush into it. I can't believe I'm saying that. I feel like I'm betraying my Final Fantasy 14, but I'm not. I want to be as empirical, unbiased as possible. And I started playing the game with free trial. Because, like I said, going back to the whole broadcast, I played it for free. And there's no reason to play it, to pay for it if you're not sure. Just play it free. There's so many books I want to read. Yeah, exactly. So if you want to, on a rainy day, try it out, give me a shout, and I can always log in. I have a low-level bun boy who's named Callum Mekhar, after a Malazan character. Wooly will know what I'm talking about. And yeah, I'd totally do some lower level stuff with that character with you. For me, fighting games take up so much of my time. I don't have time for other games. Yeah, that's part of people's prioritization, right? My only thing is, Jonathan, is when people sit around complaining about narrative and how there's no good stories in games anymore or whatever, when, as Ruzi pointed out, there are good stories in games. It's just not in the games that you like to play. And some game genres, I've come to conclude, are incapable of providing good story because it would essentially disintegrate the experience if there was a story injected into that gameplay. And yeah, so I'm coming to the conclusion that you have a lot of people who are complaining about certain narrative stuff, but they aren't, at the end of the day, a lot of people aren't ready to sit down and actually contend with great literature. There's even fighting games with passable stories. I think most people are there to enjoy passable. I think most people enjoy passable things, and there's nothing wrong. But yeah, it's once again, I'm okay with people making those choices. It's just that when they start bitching and complaining about woke or about this or that, and then at the same time they're not supporting people that are more balanced or more artistic or whatever, and it annoys me. It's kind of like, what are you doing? Yes, Wooly makes a good point. Fair warning, Final Fantasy XIV's website layout is from 2001. Getting in is a trial of its own. Yeah, so I helped my sister through that, and I pushed her through Steam. Steam does minimize some of that. Passable. Blaze Blue doesn't have a story. It has a fever dream. There you go. Ruzi could cope with it. I do think indies are starting to step up, which in some ways is healthy. Maybe the answer to the issue is going to be AA, single A, indie groups who are going to push the boundaries. And that's good, right? I think we should support the people who are representing our interests as consumers, right? We should be voting with our wallet. But I'm a bit of a doomer. So I was being a bit of a doomer the other day on the publishing industry, right? I was trying to make a comment that currently right now we're seeing an accelerated trend in romantasy and lit RPG. That's a pretty doomer take, right? Like saying that this is going to be a problem for a long time. This imbalance in the industry, in casual entertainment. And the reality is I think we have reached that era with gaming as well. Ruzi is a publishing industry doomer as well. Yeah, Ruzi and I bonded like those two, like that meme with the two men clasping the arms, the hands. Yes, Ruzi and I. That was us. I'm speaking as a literature, once again, I'm speaking as a ghostwriter. I'm speaking as someone who has pursued literary agents and has looked at wish lists and who has done some work with the publishing industry as a ghostwriter. I have a bit of a doomer take on it, but I think it's always been the case. Like, once again, I don't think this is something new necessarily. And I think it's affecting more than just the publishing industry. And so then we have a lot of people going, "Oh, well, why is this this way or whatever?" And the answer is, well, you know, yeah. Ghostwriter and librarian clasping hands. Yeah, yeah. And I think a lot of folks who have been sharing their thoughts and opinions on this channel, who have been coming into streams and sharing their concerns, I think a lot of people are voicing concerns about where things are going. For some people, it's not about the politics. It's not about the quality per se, right? Some people just want to enjoy something. They don't need it to be crazy, right? They don't need it to be amazing good. It doesn't have to be like in the 90%, but they just don't want the politics in it. So I think having shitty writing, okay, we can forgive shitty writing, but then they ham fist the politics in. And I think that's where a lot of people are actually starting to foment, because I think a lot of people were, and I think conversely, I think a lot of people will put up with stuff that they don't agree with if the quality is very good. So not only are we getting poor quality, but then we're like subpar beyond passable. But at the same point in time, we're also getting all of this politics in it. So before, like as someone who came from a very conservative background, I would sometimes severely disagree with something, but I would still enjoy it because there was a level of quality that could allow me to enjoy it, and I could just ignore those few lines that came out of a character's mouth, and I could just be like, whatever, but right. But then things got too ham-fisted, and then things lost quality altogether. So it's just, yeah. Wooly says AAA gaming is already crashing. The question is, will the C-suit types learn anything? Wooly, can you lay some odds on them learning anything? Maybe if they really crash hard. Like maybe if they crash so hard that their own wallets are going to be affected. But I don't know, Wooly. Sometimes, if you get me at a bad moment, I'm so black-pilled. Jonathan is triggering Wooly. Blaze Blue is my favorite fighting game. Wooly saying that he felt like a kitten is hilarious to me. Wooly is the opposite of a kitten, although I'm sure he's a kitten deep down. I'm sure. Someday I'll go on the Larry Fink rant. Oh, hello. Corsavo. Hello. What brings you to our little corner? Are you from my writing videos, my Rings of Power videos, my Final Fantasy 14 videos, or nowhere? You just popped out of nowhere. Honestly, I hope the AAA gaming crashes so hard the IP is tainted. Yeah, I'm just not seeing how it can get fixed. Okay, so we have a person who's interested in writing. So yeah, we got a few people here who are interested in writing. You can always feel free to ask me a question. Oh, you came from Akalon a while back. Okay, yeah. So, Corsavo, much earlier in the stream, I was reacting to WoW cinematics, which has been, um, you know, it has been a journey. Let's say that it's been very, very funny. As a Taukaka main, I too identify as a cat. Interesting, Jonathan. That's all I'm going to say. Chiako assumes I can even read, let alone write. Oh no, T-Rock. More realistically, AAA will bleed money, AA and indie will succeed, get bought by AAA on credit, and continue the cycle of degradation. Oh, Wooly. Chef's kiss. That's the dystopia that I want to read. Yeah, that is so true. The last great cinematic was the BFA ones. Yeah, we're right now watching Wrath of the Lich King. We have achieved Wrath of the Lich King cinematics. They've been really good so far. I've been enjoying it. I've been enjoying it more so because it's helping to contextualize certain parts of the world that I've been slowly exploring through free trial stuff. And then we kind of got sidetracked to talk about how the free trial and WoW sucks. And then I showed my battle.net version from Canada, which is a train wreck of horror, financial horror. And then we went down the rabbit hole of how WoW has kind of been shitty with locking 3-day early access behind Epic Edition. Undertale 2. Well, Undertale was it bought by Microsoft? The people who did Undertale? Okay, so Corsavo, you'll be glad to hear that I am in the middle of finding and getting my hands on an original Warcraft 3 game thing. That's all I'm going to say. Chained Echoes. I think my brother played that and loved it. Michael, I couldn't agree more. What are you agreeing with, Michael? With the Warcraft 3? Oh, Toby Fox still owns Undertale. Okay. But he's being published by Microsoft, right? Yeah, I'm going down that path, Corsavo. I'm going down that path. And when I do, everyone, I will be looking to stream on an off day, not on Sundays. I think Sundays should be allotted to watching lore and talking about books and things. Am I looking for Warcraft 3 CDs? The question we should be asking is, am I allowed to talk about how I'm looking for Warcraft 3 CDs? Yeah, I am, Jonathan. I just don't want to play Reforged. I heard Reforged is a mess. I just don't want to play Reforged. You know what I mean? I'll gladly give you mine. Oh, none desu ka? Warcraft 3 CDs? I don't need extra clutter. It's the only PC CD I've left. Oh, Wooly is now going into. I actually think that if Yoshi P were to step down, or Miyazaki were to step down, CBU 3 will, like, it can't say no forever. I will say this, Wooly, okay? We have recently gotten news that Square Enix is reevaluating its exclusive relationship that it had with Sony. Now, we can point at Forspoken, Foreskin. We could look at Forspoken, and we could look at what was that other failed game that they put out? Whatever it was like that multiplayer thing. And yeah, it could be really like there was just so many games that Square Enix put out that didn't make bank. But the one game that should have made bank was 16. And it was made exclusive to PS5. And that's where it got effed. Now, here's what I understand. From what I understand, Yoshi P might be on some board on Square Enix. And you can imagine they're in the room and they're looking at their numbers. And you can imagine Yoshi P being the gamer that he is, being more than likely a keyboard warrior. Literally being like, hello. What did I would not be surprised, okay? This is me theorizing. But I would not be surprised that Yoshi P probably at some point was like, we should be saying that there's a PC version. We should be putting it out on PC. And I have a feeling that the suits were committed to Sony at that point, and I would totally believe that Yoshi P was outvoted. Now, that might be me doing some kind of copium hopium thing. But think about the timeline for their recent stuff. Right, they recently came out and said, okay, we're not going to do exclusives anymore. Why? Well, yes, there were a ton of failures. But if we look at the successes, let's put quotations around the successes here. 16 and Rebirth, like the remake stuff. The successes have been hampered, particularly 16, which was a flagship title, which should have launched to fanfare, were hampered by exclusives. So it is my opinion that it's very, very possible that Yoshi P may have been pushing for that. And so my feeling anyway is that if Yoshi P, maybe this recent decision is a result of certain internal key figures championing them pulling away from this exclusive stuff and accessing the PC market. And I have a feeling Yoshi P would have had a big say in that as the director for 16 and as a board member and as a representative for 14. And because of that, I do agree with Wooly. If at any point Miyazaki from FromSoft or Yoshi P from CB3 stepped down or were somehow gave over, we would lose these. We would lose it. I'm. It's like that meme, like that meme where that man is standing spread eagled before someone on the ground or whatever, and he's taking like shots to his back. That's like Yoshi P and Miyazaki. Miyazaki. If they betray us, everything's gone. Larian is one studio, although Wooly isn't a fan of the game. Larian is one studio I also think where Sven seems to have his head screwed on. But once again, Sven is out walking one day and there's an unfortunate accident, like, that studio could be put in jeopardy. Look at CD Projekt Red. It was like god tier in everyone's eyes until Cyberpunk. Let's take a look. What is chat saying? Yeah, so Ben is pointing out some good points here. Square Enix put out a ton of shit, but the two good things that it was putting out, I think, Remake is not exclusive, but 16 was. And so that gets me thinking, why would they change their mind? And it can't just be because of shit, because the shit wouldn't have sold even if it was, like, a lot of the shit that was shitting the bed wasn't exclusive, right? So this gets me thinking maybe Yoshi P was fomenting somewhere in the background. Corsavo says, I feel like board members don't know the value of most Final Fantasy games. That usually has a fun story layered with varying qualities of gameplay that YouTube all cutscenes. Yeah, so Final Fantasy has always been number one story and good graphics for the most part, with some gameplay, for sure. Videos could easily take players away from their game. Yeah. All of this disaster was under Matsuda's leadership. He wanted to bring Square Enix to the same level as an Activision or Ubisoft. And wasn't Matsuda also like, wasn't the boss of Square Enix always talking about NFTs? It was like really freaky. I do wonder what Sony gave them for exclusivity. Apparently not enough, Ruzi. Not enough. If Atlas, a niche JRPG developer, is going full bore on PC and console day one, everyone in Japan should be aware of the value of global PC market. You would think that. But my guess is Sony was offering some sweet, sweet dollars, and Square Enix woke up one day. And that's what makes me wonder, what made Square Enix wake up? And maybe there are people in Square Enix, like Yoshi P, who are who love console and want to support console, but are also PC players. And Yoshi P would know, right? They were leveraging 14 in favor of 16. Let's all be real here, right? They were encouraging 14 players to play 16. And Yoshi P must know it's a hard sell if they don't have it on PC. So, once again, that's my theory. I could be wrong. That's my tinfoil hat. Yeah. Larian and CD Projekt Red. Yeah. Now, another potentially controversial take, Hello Games is an example of they were technically indie, pushed into AA to a certain degree, although the amount of people on their actual paycheck isn't that huge. They shit the bed, right? I'm a No Man's Sky enjoyer. They shit the bed, but ever since they shit the bed, they've been doing what no other, like, they've been going above and beyond the Call of Duty. They're very, very similar to Final Fantasy XIV in terms of what happened and how they pulled out. And yeah, they probably represent like a way to pull yourself out of a really, really not good situation. Polish companies can be relied on to be careful of their reputation for the most part. Oh, that's really interesting. I wonder why that is. Yeah, I remember Remake was exclusive, but then got ported to PC later, and the whole thing about Final Fantasy 16 was just wild. And so I had some folks that I knew. They were like, "It's coming to PC and PS5," and I was like, "Oh, that sounds great." I saw a photo. It said PC and PS5. I'm like, "Oh, that's fine. I could buy it for the PC. This is great." The next set of promotional materials, no sign of PC, only PS5. I was like, "Oh, it's a timed exclusive. Meanwhile, I had people in my life who were like melting down. Oh my gosh, we have been betrayed. And I'm like, well, uh, it's probably a timed exclusive, right? Wait a minute, I should take spoilers off because there's no spoilers. Um, and yeah, so there was this whole thing. It was just ridiculous. And then they came out and they were like, actually, no, there is a PC port. And I was like, see, I knew it was a timed exclusive. They were going to have to sell it on PC. They'd be stupid not to sell it on PC. CD Projekt Red is compromised. I'm very skeptical of their next titles. Why? I simply like, let's all be real, Wooly. I'm here for Geralt. Like, what more can they do with that? I don't know. Yes, the NFT guy was Matsuda. Yeah, didn't he do like 2 New Year's letters doubling down on that bullshit? Octopath 2 and Live and whatnot. I really want to play Live and Live or Live and Live or whatever it's called. I really, really want to play that. I actually want to play Octopath 1 and 2. I do want to get around to that. They even got Torgal as a Mountain 14. Yeah, Corsavo. So I totally did that event. Absolutely. I was there. I got my Torgal mount. I put my Catboy on my Torgal mount. My Catboy pet the Torgal mount. The only thing that could make the Torgal mount better is if the Torgal mount was a cat and not a dog. Because I'm a super cat person. But yeah, very nice. Very beautiful looking mount. Very nice emote. I bet you Sony pitched the idea that PS5 consoles would sell a lot more and that their install base would be like twice the size it is. Yeah. And the problem is, as well, as that COVID hit and there was a shortage on chips. The PS5 couldn't be made fast enough, right? It was just like a whole trifecta of awful. Well, they didn't know that the PS5 would have a shortage, though, Ruzy. Remember, COVID hit around the same time. The square board would have to be extremely out of touch. Number of PS5 units is sold is public. Yes. But they might have thought, oh, this game will prompt people to buy a PS5. But number one, there weren't enough PS5s because of what happened pre-COVID and leading up through COVID. There just wasn't enough PS5s, period. So even if you wanted to get it, you couldn't. And then number two, let's say post Rona, when when PS5 production can pick up again. By that point in time, we all got slammed with a freaking recession thing. I don't know if anyone, scalpers and CPU shortage. Oh, and this reminds me, on top of that, not just CPU shortage, wasn't there like also like that whole Moonbro, like people running out and like getting server shit for like Bitcoin mining and stuff. What people often don't realize is that games are only 1/6 of how they earn their income. Square Enix isn't just a game publisher and dev, they make a lot of money in other sectors. Yeah, and they actually have mobile games that are incredibly scary. To the moon, Johnny, to the moon. Yeah. I think there was just a lot of factors that led to 16 struggling. And also, we have to remember that 16, although I'm sure it's great, let's all be real here. 16 is CBU3's first flagship title, maybe their last, but it's their first attempt at a single player. All of their time has always been spent on a multiplayer, and there were some. I feel like there may have been some valid criticism about some of the gearing or leveling. So yeah, I heard the 16 story was phenomenal, and the music is very, very good. Um, a lot of people were turned off by the action combat. I loved it, but I'm also a fan of turn-based, so I can understand. Yeah, I'm open to it. I heard that you can get little items that will help you be able to kind of have like a bit of an easy mode. So I look forward to using that. Oh, bro, have you played 16 yet? Some people in here have played 16. Some people in here have a PS5. I do not. You see, Kursavo in Canada, we have sales tax, and it was very difficult to get it. And then once you got it, you had to be ready to pay a lot of money. It was just impossible for me to make that financial choice. It just couldn't be done. You know what I mean? So I thought I'll just wait for the PC. And look at what Yoshi P told us. Yoshi P told us that he has a close connection with director Naoki Yoshida, and director Naoki Yoshida has told Yoshi P that the PC port is coming on. So that's the news for everyone in chat who wants updates on the PC port. Apparently, it's coming along really well. Maybe we'll see it by the end of the year. A mobile game makes 30 mil and costs around 50 mil, 500 per month with a team of 20 people, most of which are low-paid testers. Johnny would know, by the way. Johnny works in the industry. I trust Johnny on this one. Yeah, mobile games appear to be where the money's at. Let's all be real. There are some accessories for game journalist mode if you need. Yeah, that would be me. We'll call it Chieko mode. But I'm not going to lie. Did everyone see the 16 showcase where they had the game director and the action combat guy playing the game? And he was like just like doing so well with the combat. It was so cool. The way the director played, it was clear that he had played his game. So people might not like what they did with the game in terms of the combat, but I can, when it comes to making objective analysis or critiques of something, I usually like to analyze it and critique it based on what did the creative intend to do and were they successful in achieving it. And in this case, it looks like this is what they intended to do and they achieved it. So on that level, they were, very successful. But the director for 16, he was crazy. Was it the combat director? He was insane. And did you see how tiny and slender he was? And he was just sitting there. Well, okay, that's my girl self. I'm sorry, guys. I'm not shaming all of the tall boys in here, but he was just sitting there, and he was just so like, I don't know. He crossed his legs. He was so European, and then he's just like sitting there, smashing away at this monster with utmost ease and precision. So good. The marketing was always that 16 was an action game first and foremost, but many people kept trying to hold the game up to RPG standards, and that's just not what the game is. Jonathan, that's why I'm saying, like, I sometimes get a bit annoyed when people are being unfair. So like a lot of people, when they saw my dark take on the publishing industry, they thought that I was being like, some people thought I was being misogynistic and was like bashing female creators. I wasn't. I just think they're being unfairly represented in the industry. I think it's totally fine to be a female creative and to write romantasy. It's just I don't want to see it all the time. That was my general complaint. And the same thing goes with 16. A lot of people will be like, "Oh, it's," and I'm like, that's not what it was intended to be. So I think we need to judge it based off of what was intended to do, and then we can critique it in that sense. It wasn't wise. Okay, so here's Wooly pushing back. Okay, it wasn't wise to tag an action game as a mainline FF. It's an old IP with embedded expectations, and he is making a good point here. So remember how I was talking about when you have writers coming in, the writers have to be cognizant of the IP and the genre expectations of the audience. So in this case, coming in fresh with an action game was going to knock people up the head. I will, however, suggest that what did save the whole situation in my eyes is that they were upfront about it from day one. They didn't try to hide it as being something else than what it was, which was nice. That was good. That was ethical. But Wooly is correct in the sense that almost all 14 games have had more or less, if we're talking about the mainline games, excluding 11, excluding 14, almost everything was turn-based. But Wooly, what about 12? I heard 12 plays like 14. Like it plays like an MMO, but it's solo. That's not turn-based. FF16 has no team. So FF12, okay, so there was a time action delay. So it feels turn-based. Okay, so it was still turn-based. Okay, so 12 is still technically turn-based because there's an action delay. Okay. So yeah. Okay, so FF titles always had a team. That I know, actually. I agree with Wooly. So there was always a team. And 16 has no team. You have Jill, and you have the dog, and you have the bro, and you have the other bro, but you don't control them. If I'm correct, right, Wooly? Lack of a team. Okay. There was no control of the different characters with the different abilities. Okay. That's fair. That's fair. Yeah. Okay. So I think some people may have disliked the lack of turn-based, but many people felt the lack of team. Yeah. That's fair. That is a very fair critique. Wooly, do you think this lack of team is partially due to the fact that CBU 3 doesn't really do team dynamics in their gameplay to begin with? Or do you think it was something that they just simply decided from the outset? What do you think? Like, do you think it was a decision that they did for a very specific reason, or simply because they were unable to execute on it? I wonder. I guess it doesn't really matter, right? But yeah. So all this to go back to yeah, there was no party configuration. That was a misstep. It had to be a fundamental design decision. Yeah, Wooly, I remember there was an interview with Yoshi P, and it might have been with Zeppla. And Zeppla asked him about his son, and he said that his son only played Fortnite. And Zeppla asked him, kind of as a joke, about the meme, have you heard of, this award winning da da da, right? And Yoshi P laughed And there was a comment he made, and I think he made another comment in another interview about wanting to grab that more action oriented player, right? To grab those players who want that instant feel and they're trying to access a younger audience. And I think as a corporation intending to make money, this would, on face value, seem like a legitimate move to make because this is where a lot of people want to play. They don't want to play turn based, supposedly. Okay. Obviously, we're seeing Octopath Traveler, we're seeing like Chained Echoes, we're seeing other turn based games coming out and doing fairly well, right? And obviously, Final Fantasy Remake has the mild turn based kind of element to it, from what I understand. So obviously, turn based isn't dead yet, right? But they're clearly trying to capitalize on a specific audience. But here's the problem with the thing is that the same audience that enjoys Fortnite is not going to wade through any amount of lore and talking and the amount of story that was in 16. Am I being mean? What does chat think? Ben's pointing out we will have Dawn Trail Media Tour interviews soon. Yeah, I'm excited, Ben. You and me. It could have also been a budget decision, suggests Jonathan. They didn't even have enough money, have enough time to add the Leviathan into the base game, and it became DLC instead. JK says you're on the money. I am? Okay. I got one vote. It's just that's, I want to believe, right? I want to believe that the Zoomers out there are ready to like lap up a good action game with good story, but I just don't think they're going to. I just don't think they're going to stick around for it. We're back to the black hole. We're swirling around the drain again, everyone. And that's where I think Yoshi P and his group, I think in another era, 16 would have still shocked people because of the lack of team, because of the lack of turn base. But I think if it had been done a bit earlier and not on the PS5, I think there would have been more welcoming in terms of story. But they went with an action based, I don't know. Let's see what other people think. Yoshi did say that adding playable side characters is on the table if the PC version does well. Well, I will be there to support the PC version because I do want to play the story. Darksiders on PS3 was action game edgy bliss. I mean, I'm a Zoomer, and I can tell you for certain only a decent 30% of the older Zoomers I've encountered are interested in in-depth story. Interesting, Corsavo. Okay. That's so cool. Thank you for sharing that. I mean, sure, this might be anecdotal, but I just feel like the Fortnite crowd isn't there to read a story. So I don't know if the Fortnite crowd would show up. Additional problem, many action game players are neck deep in live service. Sunk cost fallacy like me, they need an awakening moment to leave their WoW behind. Yes. They need to get the galaxy brain, right, Wooly? They need to achieve galaxy brain. So that suggestion itself seems like the decision to only focus on Clive was a budget decision. It is possible, Jonathan. It is possible. We have to remember that CPU 3, number one, was also maintaining 14 at the same time with Endwalker, right? So they had to have been working on 16 and Endwalker to a certain degree at the same time. That's insanity. That group in that, they're a frigging powerhouse. Like, we need to let that all sink in. Like, yes, 16 isn't perfect, right? We're not giving it 100% here. but it is a very good game, all to like for the most part, in terms of quality, in terms of what you get with it, the story and everything. And yeah, it's if we think about it, they put out Endwalker and they put out 16. '16 did not affect 14's development. This is a misunderstanding of OSHP's statement. No, it did not. But there were still big minds behind both that are linked to both. Was 16 done with entirely the same studio? Or was it done by a different studio and it only borrowed some creatives from CBU3? I can check this myself. Hopefully I won't dox myself. No, 16 had its own team. Okay, so 16 did have its own team, but it was just borrowing some people, I guess. There was a separate team. Okay. Fantasy 16. So who did it? The Russian invasion of Ukraine impacted the promotion? Did it? Are we blaming the Russian invasion of Ukraine? Chat. What do you think about that? Let's see. Development. Chat. It says it was developed by. Okay, this is Wikipedia. I mean, what does Wikipedia know, right? Right. So this could be a lie. This could be a complete fabrication right up here. The staff includes members and multiple veterans of the Ivalice universe, saga series, Last Remnant. We have the creative director, lead writer. We have former design for level 5. Art director, and of course Amano. Yoshida brought my hero on board due to liking his writing style and world building. While he accepted, my hero was also busy working on Heavenward scenario, only starting full work in 2016. So if we take this at face value here and truth and real, this means that 16 has been in the works for a long time. Our invasion was hitting hard economically. Oh, that's true. So it could have affected people's buying, right? The initial narrative drew inspiration from early seasons of Game of Thrones. Well, that's nice. And inspirations including classic and contemporary anime used to prevent there being too many similarities. Yeah, I remember all of this. I actually saw this in an interview, so I know that this is correct. And I also know that they got slammed for having too many white people in their game, which was hilarious. But they're still saying that CBU3 did it. Of course, the official page isn't going to say CBU3, right? But CBU3 seems to be a big name on the creation of this. So how much did it impact Final Fantasy XIV? I'm not saying. But we know that there is enough brain power in CBU3 to have powered two fantastic game titles over a period of time. And even if we say that 2016, right? Even if we say that this game, 16, was started in 2016, they were still in the middle of doing stuff like Stormblood and Shadowbringers at the same time, which is fantastic. Now, once again, we're not suggesting everybody had this. So it's a dev team. Is Google wrong? Is Google wrong? Because Google's saying that 16 was done by Creative CBU3. Maybe it's just they use the CBU3 title. Maybe it's that. Maybe it's that. Okay, so we got Naoki Yoshida. We all know him. And this guy, he did Last Remnant. And he helped with fixing A Realm Reborn. Oh, this is the combat bro, right? Final Fantasy Tactics. No, this is the writer. Final Fantasy Tactics and Final Fantasy A Realm Reborn in Heaven's Word. Then, well, we know him. No surprise there. Tactics Ogre. Oh. Wooly, we found your UX genius, Wooly. It says here he has an eye for UI too, and led the UI design for Final Fantasy XIV in A Realm Reborn in Heaven's Word. So technically, this guy was the person leading the UX team for controllers, I presume, as well as keyboard and mouse. Oh, this is the very slender man who is the Devil May Cry person. Give that man a cigar, says Wooly. I agree. Consider the cigar given. Drakengard. Oh, so this bro who did character design worked with Yoko Taro, probably in the early Nier games, Drakengard games, and A Realm Reborn. Well, we all know Soken. Yeah. I think he's kind of attractive. I'm not gonna lie. But then, I mean, yeah. Anyway, we're not gonna go down that road. Corsavo, keeping it real. Yeah. Okay, so what we'll say is CBU3 will cover a whole bunch of things, including 14 and 16. But there were probably outsourcing certain stuff from other divisions, and CBU3 just gets the title because it carried it in terms of ideation. Still, I don't know what point I was making with this. This is a true tangent. But yeah. What were we talking about? Oh, we're talking about 16. We're talking about remake. We're talking about exclusives. Oh, before that, we're talking about Warcraft 3 CDs. Yeah. Is everyone here know my Discord? Does everyone know the Discord? Maybe I should share the Discord one more time before we stop for the evening. I'll share it one more time. If you'd like to, you can join my Discord. We have a little community there. It's very simple right now. We're all ghetto in my world. Yeah, there's a book channels, game channels. If you are a writer and you want to talk with me about writing or vent about writing, oh my gosh, have I been going for 7 hours? Oh shit, it's 2:30. Oh, guys and girls, I'm so sorry. How can I say this? I should probably sign off. But 7 more hours. 7 more hours. Johnny wants me to talk him through his work. That's what is happening here. I'm currently living in like China time almost. But for everyone who is not part of my Discord, you're welcome to join. That's the invite link. Hopefully it's working. Don't forget to brush your teeth. I shall, Bully. I shall remember. Thank you for reminding me. I'm going to private this video very soon and then repost it up. But if anyone wants to join Discord, you feel free to join it. And next week, as usual, I usually start at 7:30, but for various people's reasons, I might starting at about 7 or 6:30, and I can't promise to always do 7-hour streams. Let's all be real. But yeah, I'm very glad to sit and chill, and I've met so many new people. If any of you are writers or anything, feel free to come by the Discord. And if you are gamers, feel free to come by the Discord. And if you are readers, also come by the Discord, because our Discord is full of people who like reading. So anyway, let's end that here on a positive note, sort of. And yeah, we'll probably chat again sometime in the future on next Sunday. So let's end it here. Thanks everyone for coming, and I'll see you all soonish. If I decide to stream Warcraft 3 as well, sorry, another note. If I decide to stream Warcraft 3, I'll do it on a weekday night that I'm free somehow. But everyone else, thank you to everyone. And for everyone who was in chat, I appreciate you chatting. And I'll see you all next time. Take care. Peace out.